in Seoul will begin shortly. Please take your seat.
네, 여러분 모두 착석해 주십시오.
Distinguished guests, please take your seat.
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good morning,
2022
distinguished
GHSA
guests.
장갑급 회의 전문가
Welcome to
포럼에
the
함께해 주신
opening
여러분
ceremony of the
진심으로
2022
환영합니다.
GHSA
먼저 인사
Ministerial
올리겠습니다.
meeting in Seoul.
저는 이 뜻깊은 자리 사회자로 함께하게 된
Allow me to
아나운서
introduce
이승희라고
myself.
합니다.
I am
인사드리겠습니다.
이승희, MC of today's event. It's a pleasure to see you all.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank
여러분
you.
지금 함께하고 계시는 이번 행사는 대한민국 질병관리청,
This
보건복지부,
meeting
그리고
is
외교부가 공동으로
co-organized by
주최합니다.
GHSA,
먼저
the
시작에
Ministerial
앞서
Health and
주최 측을
Welfare,
대신해
and the
이 자리에
Ministry
함께하고
of Foreign
계시는 모든
Affairs.
분들께
On behalf of the
진심으로
organizers, I
감사와
thank you for
환영의
joining
인사를
us
올립니다.
today as speakers,
저희는
panelists,
코로나19 대응 상황을
and
함께
participants.
점검하고
The meeting
미래에
was
발생
organized
가능한
to
보건
review the
안보 위협에
COVID-19
함께
responses
대응하고
and to
또
discuss
대비하기 위해
effective
이
measures
자리에
and
함께하고
actions
있는데요.
to prepare for the
여러분께서
next
함께하고
pandemic.
계시는 2022 GHSA
The 2022 GHSA Ministerial meeting in Seoul will take place in Grand Hyatt, Seoul, for 3 days. It's great to see such a large turnout here, and we have many people who have joined us virtually as well. The event will be streamed live on KDCA's official YouTube channel, and I ask you to stay tuned until the very end of the event. The event provides simultaneous interpretation into Korean and English. Please set your receivers on channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the opening ceremony, we would like to provide a simultaneous interpretation service. For those who need any translation service, please use your receivers on your tables. A channel 1 for Korean and a channel 2 is for English. Thank you very much for your kind cooperation. 네, 그럼 지금부터 2022 GHSA
The opening ceremony will now begin. Thank you very much. First and foremost, we would like to invite a number of guests of honor to listen to their speeches. Ms. Baek Kyung-lan, Commissioner of the KDCA, who put this event together, will first give the welcome speech. Please give her a big hand.
Honorable delegations from countries around the world, good morning. I am Baek Kyung-lan, Commissioner of the Korea Disease Control and Prevention Agency of the Republic of Korea. Honorable delegations and members of international organizations, allow me to welcome you all to the 7th Global Health Security Agenda Ministerial Meeting and Expert Forum. Thank you for traveling all the way to Korea to honor us with your presence. Over the past 3 years, we have fought an uphill battle against the COVID pandemic, which created over 635 million confirmed cases and claimed the lives of 6.6 million people. COVID pandemic has dealt an immediate blow to all economies around the world. However, we finally see the light as we emerge from the long and dark COVID tunnel. According to the Global Strategy Report by IMF, the accumulated production loss due to COVID-19 will amount to $13.8 trillion by 2024. As such, emerging infectious diseases can affect not only the lives of an individual, but also all aspects of the society, which vindicates why we all need to work together to tackle security threats of infectious diseases of new and mutant variants. Today, we finally resumed the face-to-face meeting since the start of the COVID pandemic. This meeting has been organized in order to take stock upon the roles of GHSA and share our vision for the coming post-COVID era and encourage member countries to actively take part in action plans. Along with the GHSA steering group meeting, as well as the ministerial meeting for member nations and delegations, a variety of programs are in store for you. For example, after this opening ceremony, we will have the expert forum for immunization action package. Under the title of NIP Capacity Building for Health Security After the COVID Pandemic, insight will be shared on infrastructure, sustainable financing, vaccine access, and fairness of vaccine supply. Also, during day 1 today, aside from expert forum on immunization action packages, 5 other expert forums will take place for the enactment of law, resource mobilization, One Health, cooperation between Korea and World Bank, and biosecurity, hosted by academia, government, as well as international organizations. On day 2 tomorrow, 3 expert forums will be held to discuss national implementation, evaluation, and financing to tackle infectious diseases. We have learned the painstaking lesson that infectious diseases knows no borders, and therefore it's a security threat that the whole world must cope with together. Through 2022 GHSA ministerial meeting, which will take place for the next 3 days starting from today, it is my sincere wish that we all muster our wisdom together on this issue of health security and guard ourselves for the next crisis after COVID pandemic, strengthen preparedness of each country to cope with infectious diseases, and discuss on practical action plans and health security agenda. Once again, at this beautiful season of fall, I would like to welcome you all, and also I would like to thank the Jung Chun-suk, Member of the Parliament of the National Assembly of the Korea, Jung Gi-seok, Chair of the National Advisory Committee for Infectious Disease Emergency Responses, as well as the members of Parliament of Korea. Thank you very much for honoring us. And also Professor Kim Gang-nip, as well as the Director Anthony Pouch of the NIAID of the U.S. Thank you for serving us as keynote speakers for today's meeting. Once again, I welcome you all and thank you for attending this forum.
Thank
you very much. So with the warm greeting by the Commissioner Baek Kyung-nan of the Korea Disease Control and Prevention Agency, she also explained about the roles and importance of GHSA for the post-COVID era. So why don't you give her another round of applause? Thank you very much. Now, we would like to invite the next speaker for congratulatory remarks. Jung Chun-suk, Chairperson of the Health and Security Committee at the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea, will give us their congratulatory remarks. Please join me in welcoming her with a big round of applause. Good morning. I am Jung Chun-suk, Chairperson of the Health and Welfare Committee at the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea. I would like to congratulate you on the opening of 2022 GHSA ministerial meeting here in Seoul, Korea, and I'm very privileged to be part of this auspicious occasion. For the past several years, the humanity has faced an unprecedented crisis of COVID pandemic, which dealt a serious blow in many ways. We experienced SARS crisis in 2003, H1N1 influenza in 2009, Ebola in 2014, and we are hit again by COVID-19 in 2019, which still lasts even today. With persistent threats of the infectious diseases, healthcare response is no longer just a matter of medical issue, but it has expanded to social disaster response, as well as security issues of an individual nation, as well as for the whole global society. In this regard, the 2022 GHSA Seoul meeting will truly provide us with a great opportunity to overcome the current COVID challenge and to strengthen capacities of the global society to be prepared for potential health security threats that may emerge in the future. In particular, GHSA's efforts to secure sustainable financing and legal framework should remain high on agenda to be prepared for future pandemics. And ROK National Assembly, as a body for legal enactment and budget review, will stand ready to cooperate with the government and member nations. National Assembly of Korea will do its utmost efforts to play a pivotal role to enhancing international health security. I would like to take this opportunity once again to thank you all the healthcare professionals across the world who have demonstrated strong devotion to cope with the health crisis. And also my sincere appreciation goes to all the members of delegations, staffs of the foreign embassies to Korea, as well as the Korean government and everyone involved to put together this meaningful event. I wish a resounding success at this 2022 GHSA Ministerial meeting, and I wish everyone health and happiness. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that kind remarks. Thank you, Chairperson Chung, for the speech. She talked about the importance of the role of the National Assembly, and she also urged that we take action. Next, Chairman Chung Ki-seok of the National Infectious Disease Crisis Response Advisory Committee, who spearheads the fight against infectious diseases, will give the congratulatory remarks. Please give him a big hand. Good morning, distinguished guests. I am Chung Ki-seok, Chairman of the National Infectious Disease Crisis Response Advisory Committee and the head of the Central Disaster and Safety Countermeasures Headquarters COVID-19 Special Response Team here in Korea. I would like to warmly welcome the delegates from home and abroad who have traveled a long way to attend the GHSA meeting despite the ongoing pandemic. I welcome you all to Korea. And my special gratitude goes to Commissioner Park Kyung-nan and the staff of KDCA for putting this event together. GHSA is a global effort to build countries' capacities to prevent and respond to emerging infectious diseases, EIDs, and the agenda's role has increased with the COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19 is not entirely new as EIDs emerge every year, with most of them being zoonotic diseases caused by climate change and ecological disturbance triggered by reckless development of humans. To address this problem, GHSA must communicate and promote the concept of One Health. In addition, as the acceleration of antimicrobial resistance, AMR, is posing a great threat to the humanity, I expect GHSA to take the lead and contribute to further solidifying antimicrobial stewardship in each country. Real-time surveillance, which is one of the 9 action packages of the GHSA, requires the establishment, continuous maintenance, and strengthening of an international network to put COVID-19 behind us and respond quickly when the next pandemic arrives. Real-time surveillance will allow us to respond to the next pandemic more efficiently. This exercise is simulation training designed to prepare us for EIDs will take place tomorrow, which is in fact the training that I personally participated in at the G20 Health Ministers meeting held in Germany 5 years ago while serving as the head of KDCA. The training is essential to form an international network for cooperation and real-time communication. I hope that the training will be effective so that we can all better prepare for the real-life situations. Unfortunately, 5 years ago, during the training, in the presence of advanced economies, we did not see a global pandemic coming. But I believe that this year's training will be more practice-oriented as we experienced a global pandemic. Of course, we do not want another pandemic to emerge, but we still need to be prepared. Before I close, I would like to say that to develop diagnostic test kits, vaccines, and treatments in a timely manner, it is imperative that we exchange information on national EIDs and share pathogen resources even during non-crisis periods. When it comes to infectious diseases that threaten the world, such as COVID-19, no country is safe until all countries are safe. So GHSA needs to contribute to forging international cooperation to this end. Considering this, the hosting of the GHSA Ministerial meeting in Seoul, which will boost international cooperation, is of great significance, and I wish you success. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much, Chairman Jung Ki-seok, for that kind speech. He talked about what we must do to secure health security around the world and talked about the importance of the GHSA. Thank you very much. Next, we will hear from Dr. Ahmed Omar, Acting Director of Africa CDC, who will give another congratulatory remarks. Please give him a big hand.
Thank you very much, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever it is that those who are online are joining us from. Very pleased to be back in Seoul for this very important meeting. Excellencies, the Ministers of Health present here, Excellencies, heads of delegations, a special mention to Commissioner Peck and your team for putting this good meeting together, especially with the theme for action. After the pandemic, it's very appropriate. It is time that we turned our lessons into action rather than just talk about it. Let me start with African wisdom, that if you want to go fast, then you go alone. If you want to go far, then you go together. And I think the lesson that we've learned during this pandemic is that we can't go alone, therefore we need to go together so that we can be able to go far. And this is particularly important because it is increasingly clear that outbreaks can easily turn into pandemics if we do not act quickly and if we do not act together. And that's why it's so important that meeting like this, the Global Health Security Agenda meeting, is taking place at a time when we really need to appreciate the fact that the world is one. And as the previous speaker said, until everyone is safe, then nobody is safe. So big congratulations for holding this meeting despite the challenges that we've faced with the pandemic. I would like to really confirm two things from our side as Africa CDC and the Africa Union. The first is that the global health security architecture is not complete until each and every country, institution, region is part of that architecture. Any part of our global community that may be left out becomes the weak link that is going to expose the rest of the world. So when we have a conversation around the global health security, then everybody must be around the table, making their contributions based on their experiences. This is first. Second is the importance of regionalism. It is unfortunate that during the height of the pandemic, we forgot that we were one world, and many who had access to different tools and resources decided to act alone. The effect and the result was as close to disaster as this globe has come because we did not act together. So the critical need for us to build regional mechanisms, regional platforms, regional planning and action is what has been missing for a long time. We should not wait for an outbreak to become international for it to be a public health emergency of international concern. Those first two cases need to wake all of us up for us to be able to act quickly and contain that outbreak. Regionalism works, and I'm glad to see the Global Health Security Agenda meeting this time expanding into the rest of the world. Let me end by not only congratulating the organizers, but also reminding us that when we come together like this, let us leave with action, which we can be able to compare notes the next time that we meet. Action, action, action is what is going to make a difference. Because the lessons that we learn, if we don't turn them into action, then they are not really lessons at all. We in Africa CDC are going away with the lessons from this pandemic, and we are taking action to turn those lessons into a better future, not just for the continent, but also for the world. The global health security architecture needs every community, every region, every country for it to be better for us tomorrow. Again, congratulations, and I thank you very much for inviting Africa CDC.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Oma, for that kind speech. And we overcame the pandemic together, and we must stand in solidarity to be better prepared for future pandemics or diseases. So thank you very much for that remark. And we have many special guests present with us today. So allow me to introduce our guests of honor who have joined us today despite their busy schedules. First, we have member of the National Assembly, Kang Sun-woo, who is also a member of the Health and Welfare Committee at the National Assembly. Thank you very much for joining us today. We also have with us member of the National Assembly, Shin Hyun-young. Next, we have with us member of the National Assembly, Choi Jae-hyung, who is also a member of the Health and Welfare Committee. Thank you very much for coming. Next, we have Chairman Lee Pil-soo of Korea Doctors Association. Next, we also have with us Mr. Jeon Sa-il. Thank you very much. Next, we have Chairperson Ho Ju-hyung, who is from Korea Vet Association. Next, we have Mr. Kim Sang-ju. Thank you very much. Please forgive me for not being able to introduce all the guests of honor. Thank you very much for joining us despite your very busy schedules. Next, we will hear from two keynote speakers. First and foremost, this person was the lead person of the 2017 Steering Committee, and he is now professor at Yonsei University Graduate School of Public Health. Professor Kim Gang-lip will give the keynote speech. Please give him a big hand. Hello everyone, it's a pleasure to meet you all. I was not aware that we will be providing simultaneous interpretation today, so I have prepared my speech in English, and I would like to ask your understanding for the Korean audience. I will speak in English.
I am pleased to join this very meaningful forum I would like to express my special appreciation to Dr. Baekgyong-nan of GHSA for organizing this forum to share valuable information and insight for better future, and the international participants for your special contribution. Health security was discussed from 1990s in the UN system as a component of national security and development. In December 2013, Ebola virus was occurred in the Western Africa, which was soon spread to neighboring countries and even to Spain and the United States. This episode raised the international recognition about the health security by reviewing the performance under the WHO response system. In December 2014, GHSA was initiated under strong leadership of the United States and participation of 27 member governments and international organizations, including WHO, FAO, and WAH, along with non-governmental organizations. The goal of GHSA was very clear: to protect the globe from the health threat such as communicable disease, bioterrorism, and antimicrobial resistance, to be safer from these risks. In order to protect human health and safety, we should strengthen multi-sectoral and multinational cooperation with the ultimate goal of implementing protocols such as international health regulations. Through this, we will be able to defend ourselves from various health threats. From the early stage, GHSA aims to strengthen capability to prevent, detect, and respond to these health threats more effectively and efficiently. In Helsinki meeting, GHSA adopted action packages as a tool for a scaling of national capacity of each member government. GHSA has been guided by annual ministerial meeting and managed by steering group. Steering group has been working for substantial discussion about how to direct GHSA's program to achieve its goal. When I was serving as a chair of the steering group in 2017, I used to ask my GHSA colleagues, what exactly is GHSA? For me, it can be summed up with three characteristics: one word, one health, and implementation. One word. Every communicable disease, including Ebola and COVID-19, we have ever experienced, cannot be tackled appropriately if there is any country left behind. If any government is not ready to prevent, detect, and respond with national capacity, we cannot say we are well prepared. We'll be free, or at least safer, from the next disease X or the next pandemic when all of us are ready for it. This shows the importance of one word or multinational collaboration through GHSA. There are many countries in need of international support for strengthening their own capacity. Also, there are countries with resources to assist those countries in need. Under GHSA umbrella, one-world collaboration for better and safer health could be accomplished. Two things are definitely clear. COVID-19 will be over someday. Another disease will come again in the future. Through one world spirit, we can make our world safer from the next pandemic. One health. From its beginning, multi-sectoral collaboration has been underlined within GHSA arena. By nature, health threats such as communicable disease, AMR, cannot be responded only by the health sector. We need close collaboration from the agriculture and fishery, national defense, finance and planning, and more. Among international agencies, not only WHO, but also FAO, WOAH, and World Bank and other relevant agencies have been working together. So far, we have made some progress for multi-sectoral cooperation. However, there is still a long and winding road is waiting for us to be on the track of One Health. COVID-19 has revealed that our further effort towards close collaboration among relevant sectors nationally and internationally is critically essential. Implementation. One of the core elements of GHSA Phase 1 was to identify insufficient area of each member government through objective monitoring and evaluation. Joint External Evaluation, JEE, was implemented under the close collaboration with WHO in order to recognize our status of preparedness and capacity to health threat within WHO's IHR. The goal of JEE was simple: to evaluate national capacity of prevention, detection, and response. Based on the JEE result, each government could possibly identify where are gaps for achieving global standard. Through this process, we could identify how we support each other in scaling of national, regional, and global capacity. Action packages have been utilized as a crucial tool for this purpose. Until now, more than 100 countries have taken JE and made progress to set up strategic plans to make up the gaps according to JE outcome. The Republic of Korea realized the importance of strengthening health security during MERS outbreak in 2015 and actively participated in GHSA from its beginning. We hosted the second GHSA Ministerial meeting in Seoul in 2015 and adopted the Seoul Declaration, which is the first international commitment on health security. In addition, my government took the role of chairmanship of a steering group in 2017. Under my chairmanship, we had seriously discussed both the substance of GHSA work program and administrative agenda. GHSA's implementation marked the path to identify gap of ourselves through objective method of JE and to guide our future work of supporting to overcome those gaps under GHSA. After completion of a steering group chairmanship, I have experienced COVID-19 as Vice Health Minister and Minister of Food and Drug Safety in my government. During this course, I have deeply realized the importance of scaling of national capacity, along with contribution of collective international cooperation. Sincerely, I told myself that we should do something faster and harder for finding the best solution of implementation of action packages of GHSA before outbreak of COVID-19. If we had done more actively with a higher commitment, we could have possibly saved more people from this pandemic. However, regret does not serve any problem. It is time for us to review our work for the last 2.5 years and find out how we can be better for the next pandemic. For this purpose, all member governments should do their best in strengthening own capacity, which is possibly through close collaboration among member governments. GHSA is a strong engine to achieve this goal effectively. Now, we should focus on implementation of our program through GHSA framework under close collaboration with international organizations. I have to say one word once again. In addition, we are requested to discuss on structural aspects of GHSA for better implementation. Stable and transparent financing, efficient management of program, reliable governance structure. These components are required by GHSA for post-COVID-19 progress. We should do not repeat my regret I did during COVID-19 pandemic. We can possibly save more lives, reduce economic and social damages. If we have to meet the next pandemic, we should be more prepared through our inclusive international cooperation under GHSA framework. For this purpose, I strongly expect that this ministerial meeting will be productive in reaching mutual agreement of practical and desirable vision of GHSA beyond the Seoul Declaration. I will complete my words with reiterating what I said in 2017 steering group meeting closing. I have been told that Romans start their letters with Si vales bene, valeo, which means if you are well, I'm well. During this pandemic, we have done our best to protect our people from our enemy. However, we know that we could have done better if we were prepared better than we were. We have to overcome our challenges in front of us with the three principles: one world, one health implementation. Next time when we meet again, I wish all of us can say Si vales bene, valeo. I thank you. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim. Thank you for talking about the vision of this year's meeting agenda. And as you mentioned, to better prepare for the next pandemic, we need to forge solidarity and we need to come together as a one world. And to that end, I ask for your participation.
Next, we would like to invite the next keynote speaker who sent us the pre-recorded video. Director Anthony Fauci of the NIAID of the US will give us the keynote lecture. So please welcome him with a big hand.
Greetings, everyone. It gives me a great pleasure to present at the Global Health Security Agenda Opening Ceremony Ministerial Meeting. As you can see from this first slide, I'm going to talk about how the long-term investment in research for pandemic preparedness, which is the NIH perspective, plays into the global health security agenda. The Office of Science and Technology Policy has put out a strategic plan for pandemic preparedness, which has 5 pillars to it. The first one shown here, transforming our medical defenses, including dramatically improving vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics, falls within the realm of the National Institutes of Health mission, which I'm now going to be discussing. The NIH biomedical research approach for pandemic preparedness largely, but not completely, resides within the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. We have grantees and contractors who we fund. We have an intramural research program, a standard program, and a vaccine research center made up of government scientists, most of whom are at our facility in Bethesda, Maryland, outside of Washington, D.C. We have industrial collaborators and many international collaborators. The biomedical research approach can be divided into 3 major components: our basic research portfolio, the research capacity to do clinical trials, for example, both domestically and internationally, and importantly, countermeasure development. And that's what I'm going to spend the rest of my brief period of time discussing. First and foremost, the issue of vaccines. In the realm of vaccine development, we have a two-pillared approach: priority pathogen approach and prototype pathogen approach. By priority pathogen approach means you preemptively pick out highly suspicious and suspected pathogens, such as those shown on this slide. And when I say suspected or suspicious, that means might have a likelihood of evolving into a full-blown pandemic. This is the WHO R&D blueprint, their list of priority pathogens from 2021. But CEPI, the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations, also has their priority pathogens as shown here. Next is a prototype pathogen approach. What do we mean by that? The prototype pathogen approach is something that we have been pushing here at NIAID for several years. And what it is taking multiple families of pathogens. There are about 20 of them that have the capability of having members of that family evolve into a pandemic. There are about 7 or 8 of these that are of the higher order of concern, as shown on this slide. Obviously, the coronaviruses, which we're dealing with right now, but also the flaviviruses, the paramyxoviruses with Nipah, the bunyaviruses with hemorrhagic fevers. What is the pathogen approach? It means you build on prior experiences with members within a family, or develop experiences preemptively when you have a family that has a high priority or a high likelihood, as it were, of evolving into a pandemic. So what do? You look for the common denominators that you want to develop within a given viral family, such as studying and establishing the basic virologic approach, developing commonly used assays for preclinical and clinical settings, develop animal models within a given family of viruses that will be applicable to any member of that family that might emerge as a potential pandemic pathogen, develop antigenic targets, optimal platforms, potential immune correlates, as well as manufacturing strategies. A classic example of what we're living right now with is the coronaviruses. We have decades of experience with the common cold coronaviruses. In 2002, when SARS-CoV-1 came along, our prior experience with the common coronaviruses helped us to understand and develop a research agenda for SARS-CoV-1, which helped us with MERS, which came in 2012, both of which helped us greatly with our approach to SARS-CoV-2, the cause of COVID-19. Here's an example of what went on. We were trying to develop a vaccine for MERS, and we used structure-based vaccine design to develop an immunogen, in this case the spike protein, to develop a vaccine for MERS. While we were doing that, SARS-CoV-2 came along, and we used the same research approach of developing mutations to stabilize the pre-fusion form of the spike protein. This is extremely important because that stabilized form, using mutations that were studied and developed with MERS, is the immunogen that is used in essentially all of the highly successful COVID-19 vaccines. Moving on quickly to therapeutics, we have an antiviral program for pandemics referred to as APP, which aims to catalyze the development of new medicines to combat COVID-19 and prepare ourselves for other pandemic threats in the future. The APP has 2 pillars. the development and the discovery. By development, we mean to accelerate the clinical testing of already existing promising antiviral medicines. Discovery is the de novo development using basic science knowledge to discover brand new antiviral medications. We recently at NIH invested over $500 million to establish 9 antiviral drug discovery centers aimed at pathogens of pandemic concern. In this case, we're targeting coronaviruses, but also other viruses of pandemic potential, including paramyxo, bunya, toga, picora, and flaviviruses. And these centers are located at various places throughout the United States. Monoclonal antibodies have also proven to be important against the prototype and priority pathogens, as we've shown the successful monoclonal antibodies for the prevention and treatment of COVID-19. We've used innovative methods in the selection and manufacture of monoclonal antibodies, reducing the time needed for their development. These are applicable for prevention and treatment, for enlightening vaccine development, as well as for diagnostics. And speaking of diagnostics, we have a program at the NIH called RADx, or the Rapid Acceleration of Diagnostics, to develop improved testing for point of care, for home-based use, and for ultra-high throughput central reference laboratories. And in fact, these have already been shown to be successful in the point of care rapid simple diagnostics that have been developed for COVID-19. So in summary, what do we have now as the new model looking forward in pandemic preparedness? And as I mentioned in my brief remarks now, to address key research gaps in the top viral families, to accelerate the development of vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics for both prototype and priority pathogens, and to coordinate closely with U.S. government partners, key global stakeholders, industry at both the domestic and the international level. And as shown on this final slide, our pandemic preparedness research greatly supports the global health security agenda. I wish you a very successful meeting using this theme as the basis for discussions. Thank you very much.
네, 대단히 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. So that was the keynote lecture by the director, Anthony Baut, and I would like to once again thank him for his great presentation. So once again, I'd like to thank you all for attending this opening ceremony, and now we will have a group photo event. So for those who deliver speeches and also the keynote lecturers, I would like to invite you all to the stage. For those who are seated in the first 3 rows, please come up to the stage.
So those who are sitting in the first 3 rows, please come up to the stage. And we would like to also have our His Excellency's ambassadors, please come up to the stage to join this photo session. Once again, distinguished guests from home and abroad who will deliver their keynote speeches and remarks today, please come up to the stage. And we would like to have ambassadors here in Korea. Please join us.
갈게. 영어도 지금 바닥에 징하고 깔리는 소리가 있어? 있어? 아, 얘기해봐. 내가 한번 밖에서 들어볼게. 영어 테스트 중입니다. 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 영어 채널 테스트 중입니다. 영어 테스트 중입니다. 영어 테스트 중입니다. 영
여러분 다시 인사드리겠습니다. 지금부터 2022
Now we are going to begin
보건
the
장관
Expert
회의
Forum
첫
1
번째
for the
전문가 포럼
2022
시작하도록 하겠습니다.
GHSA Ministerial
먼저 이번
meeting.
토론은 코로나19 이후
This forum is
보건
titled
함정을 위한
as Health
국가
Security Capacity
예방접종
Building for
역량
National
강화라는
Immunization
주제로
Program after
연사 네
COVID-19.
분과 패널 세
And we have
분께서
4
함께해
presentations and
주시겠습니다.
3
또
commentators.
시작 전에
for
귀한 안내
session
말씀 한 가지
one.
드리겠습니다. 여러분 이 자리 정말
Before we
많은
begin, I
분들께서
would like to make a
온라인과
housekeeping
오프라인으로
announcement. We have a lot of on-site
여러분께서
and
혹시
online
질문이 있으시면
participants.
꼭
If
저희에게
you have any
전해주시길
questions, please do
부탁드리겠습니다.
not
여기
hesitate to ask
계시는
your
모든
questions.
참석자 여러분들의
So all the
질문은
on-site
현재 그리고
participants,
향후 예방접종 프로그램 발전에 큰 도움이
your
될
questions
예정입니다.
and also your
발표를
feedback
들으시는
will
동안
highly be
질문사항이
appreciated for us
있으시면
to come up with the
현재
better
시청하고
policies
계시는 유튜브
for the current and
생중계
future
창에 질문을
immunization
남겨주시길
programs. And for our online
부탁드리겠습니다. 무대 위에
participants, please
계시는
leave your
연사와
questions
패널분들께서 발표를
in the
마치신
chatting
이후에
window of
질문에 대한
the
대답을 하는 시간
screen.
준비가 되어 있습니다.
And
여러분
after all the
끝까지
3
많은 관심과
presentations
성원을
are over, we are going to have a
부탁드리겠습니다.
short Q&A
네, 그럼
session.
이번 세션을 이끌어 주실
Now I'd like to
좌장님
invite the
소개해드리겠습니다.
moderator of this
이번 토론의
session,
좌장이신 연세대학교 의과대학
Professor
김소윤
Kim
교수님
So-yoon of the
소개드리겠습니다.
Medical
큰
College of
박수로
Yonsei
맞이해 주십시오.
University. Please welcome her with a big hand.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for kind introduction.
오늘 이 첫 번째 세션, 첫
For
번째 전문가
this
포럼은
Expert Forum 1,
GHSA의 Immunization
it will deal with the national immunization packages of the GHSA. Immunization action package. Out of the 10 packages of the GHSA, this has led by the Korea and Saudi Arabia. And also due to the COVID-19, this program has gained its importance. So in this expert forum, I believe that this was selected as a title for the first expert forum, given its priority. Despite the COVID-19 crisis, the essential immunization program should continue. And for this, we will talk about the infrastructures as well as the acceptance and equality of the vaccine access. We will also talk about the cooperation with members and non-members. And in particular, when it comes to immunization action package, we will also discuss on what should be the next actions that we have to embark on. And for this, we will share our experiences and idea. Without break, we are going to have the 2-hour session for the Expert Forum 1.
여기 앉아 계시는
And
발제자와 지정 토론 패널들을 먼저 소개해드리겠습니다.
I would like to briefly introduce to you our speakers and commentators. Let me first introduce to you the speakers. First, from the KDCA, we have the Division Director, Kwon Gun-yong. From Saudi Arabia, we have the Ahmad Al-Mohammadi, Chief Officer of the Communicable Disease Control of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. From IVI, we have Park Se-eun, Research Scientist of the International Vaccine Institute. We also have the epidemiologist of the US CDC, Benjamin Arthur Dar. And for panel discussions, we have several panelists from Ethiopia, Ministry of Health. We have the section chief, Ihane Idro Abera of the National COVID-19 Response IPC. And also from Singapore, from the Ministry of Health, we have Senior Director Vernon Lee. And from UAE, we have the Senior Advisor Nawar Arkabi of the Hayat Biotech. After all the presentations and the panel discussions are over, we are going to open the floor for a Q&A session. And if you have any questions or comments to raise, please leave your questions on the YouTube channel. And also we'll entertain 1 or 2 questions from the floor before concluding the forum. Now we'll begin the main part of the expert forum. The first presentation will be delivered by Division Director Kwon Gun-yong of the KDCA, and he will be talking about the resilient infrastructure. So please.
Please give him a big hand. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kwon Geun-yong, Director of Immunization Division at KDCA. It's a pleasure to be at GHSA meeting, and immunization is a core part of GHSA. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, we are now faced with a new task. With respect to immunization, we have to guarantee equal access to immunization, and we need this action package. So I would like to introduce our program and also talk about the strategies going forward. This is the table of content. First and foremost, I will talk about the vaccination program here in Korea. So the NIP in Korea, and about the delivery infrastructure, the financial infrastructure, as well as how we are addressing the safety component. Last but not least, I will talk about the COVID-19 vaccination program here in Korea, and also briefly talk about some of the key challenges going forward. This is our NIP. We have 18 diseases, including diphtheria, polio, and pneumococcus, and TBs, and so on and so forth. So 18 diseases are included here. And these are covered by our NIP, and for free, of course. And under the infectious disease law that we comply with, we mandate routine vaccination of the people. And of course, safety is the precondition of our NIP system. Recently, rotavirus, as well as we are considering new inclusion. So rotavirus RV1 and RV5, as well as PPSV23 and so on, are being considered. Now, this is an NIP coverage. It's about 95%, above 95%, and most of the vaccines are respiratory disease related. So we want to make sure that we can achieve herd immunity, and when the students enter elementary school and middle school, we check whether they have been vaccinated, and because of that, we believe that we were able to reduce the number of COVID cases among those populations, and we make sure that we provide the right information to the parents prior to the admission to school of their children. Now, this is the governance of Korea's NIP. We have ACIP and ACVIC. And according to the Act on Immunization, we make decision on which path to follow. And when there are any adverse effects or events, those will be monitored by the ACVIC or the Advisory Committee on Vaccine Injury Compensation. And the cause and effect relations, as well as the damage, will be analyzed by the ACVIC. And KDCA oversees these two organizations. We operate over 20,000 vaccine clinics, which have the refrigerators as well as the temp control devices, and the trained staff who give shots to the populations. And during COVID, NIP was not interrupted because the public health centers mainly dealt with NIPs. So we were able to be ready for both COVID-19 vaccines as well as the routine vaccination programs. So one was dealt by the public health centers and the others by the local health centers. Now this is the delivery infrastructure of Korea. Now when vaccine order is placed, then we will sign a contract and KDCA will give the budget to the local government, and the local government will pay for the vaccines and will receive the supply. That was for the health center vaccine supply architecture. If you look at the right side, this is for the private institutions. So you have the manufacturers that supply the vaccines, and the public health centers will later reimburse for the cost of the vaccines after the medical institutions provide the vaccines to the public health centers. Now, this is the trend of the delivery infrastructure here in Korea. So about the 250 public health centers. So this is a local health center per community of 100 to 300,000 community residents. And we have 254 public health centers in total. And now the children, based on the recommendations of the private clinics, will receive the shots. And from 2014, the private clinics, the vaccination cost is covered by the government. Now, next, of course, we need to train the right human resources. We have starter course, advanced, and e-practice course as a part of the offline learning courses. And for the private clinics, we provide e-training, the basic trainings, as well as advanced courses. They need to complete the courses to participate in NIP. And advanced course is also required for physicians to recontract NIPs in private clinics. This is for the financial infrastructure. Now, this applies for the private clinics as well. The vaccine cost as well as the administration fees are reimbursed for private clinics, and this started back in 2012. And this incentivizes the private clinics to join the NIP. And the local government as well as the central government will cover the cost with their own expenses. So this does not come from the NHIS budget. So 50-50 will be covered by the central as well as the local government to reimburse the vaccine costs and administration fees. And now the clinics, so the public health centers will receive the payment for the vaccine costs. If you look at the IT infrastructure, you can see the detailed information of the target and the search results and personal details and the individual vaccination data, immunization data. And based on this information, you can then ask for reimbursement to the government. And the social network, the social safety network, as well as the children monitoring, the welfare, as well as the military, and so on and so forth, are covered by this registry system, which consolidates all the immunization information. Now, we provide personalized services, and we send text messages to remind the parents when their immunization schedule is delayed or they do not turn up for immunization. And we also issue a certificate of vaccination in websites. Now, this is for the safety management infrastructure. We monitor the adverse event cases as well as the serious cases. And when it comes to death and injuries, we provide compensation. And for death cases, we provide a maximum of 400 million Korean won as compensation. Now, this is our COVID-19 vaccination program. So we imported about 190 million doses of vaccines, and after approval, we then distributed and stored the vaccines and provided the shots to the people. And we have many consigned vaccine clinics, so which covers which is about one clinic per 2,500 people. So you can see that it provided a wide coverage. And now the people in Korea were able to see the leftover vaccines on the internet. And they had a real-time view of the no-show vaccines as well as where to go to get the shots. And now, for high-risk facilities, when people wanted to go to those facilities, people simply needed to show the vaccination verification code to get access to those facilities. And now, thanks to this, thanks to the COVID-19 vaccination, we believe that we were able to reduce the number of deaths by 120,000. Because the expected death was about 140,000. But still, these are some of the key challenges. We do have challenges in responding to the infodemic because there are so many false information on the web. And we also have some difficulties in communicating the right message to the public to reduce vaccine hesitancy. And we also need to secure scientific evidence on AEs of COVID-19 vaccines. At the same time, we need to guarantee equal access as well as equitable provision of the vaccines. And I very much look forward to hearing great insight during this session. Yes, thank you very much. Now we will move on to the next speaker, Chief Officer Dr. Ahmed Al-Mohammadi will talk about sustainable financing. The floor is yours. Please give him a big hand.
Thank you, Doctor, for your kind introduction. Good morning. I am so glad to be here today. I would like to thank the organization committee to organize this great event. I will talk today about the financial for immunization, and in my short talk, we will cover some gaps and challenge, and also highlight the definition of financial as a source of immunization, and also some example from international and also Saudi Arabia. Vaccination is one of the most important public health intervention. However, the majority of national immunization program in low and middle income country suffer from inadequate financial and organization foundation. Immunization is a long-term investment, and it's essential to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Through the Immunization Agenda 2030, they can achieve 13 out of 17 of these goals. The agenda vision is a world where everyone, everywhere, at every age, fully benefits from vaccine for good health and well-being, will only possible to achieve with sustainable financial for immunization. The group of researchers from Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health examined the economic value of vaccine in 94 low and middle income countries using expected vaccination rate from 2011 to 2020. They found out that every dollar spent on the vaccination saved up to $44 by reducing healthcare spending and productivity loss. Also, during the COVID pandemic, the pandemic show us that investing in vaccine is crucial, not only for health, but also for economic security. There is some gaps nowadays. For example, the accessibility for the vaccine. For example, in 2021, 18.2 million infants didn't receive DTP vaccine, pointing to lack of access to immunization and other health services. And additional 6.8 million are partially vaccinated. Since 2000, economic growth in the middle and lower income country was increased, but all the spending was shifting to health care and critical care, especially after COVID pandemic. The challenge for global immunization is there is some challenges regarding to inadequate coverage, policy lacking and equity focus, also lacking on human resources, inadequate and unpredictable finance, and also uneven access to vaccine at affordable price. There is two kind of sources for financing for immunization. First one is internal funding, generally from government domestic revenue and also from insurance, even private or public, and out of the pocket. And this is the main source of funding in the high income countries. The other kind of source of financing is external funding. It's mainly support to low and lower middle income in form of grants, just like from Gavi, World Bank, and UNICEF, and etc. This is the table from a report from WHO published in 2019. Title is Global Spending on Health. It shows that around 30% of funding source in the low-income country came from external sources, and 40% from out of pocket, and only around 24% just from governmental spending. On the other hand, in high-income country, the majority of spending from government is around 70%, and the rest of it from out of pocket. The definition of immunization financial sustainability is the ability of country to mobilize and efficiently use domestic and supplementary external resources on reliable basis to achieve current and future immunization target. And the main area to focus is the sufficient, predictable resource and good governance models and value for money, and also internal and external partner alignment and sustainable transition. Some countries developing novel and creative approach to funding public immunization program. For example, designated tax in Thailand and Malaysia, they use 3%, around 3% from alcohol and tobacco taxes to spend in the immunization program. Other approach like sector-specific fund, like insurance payment, and the final approach is systematic, or system like trust fund, and that's, for example, in Bhutan, they use the public health funds to spend more in the immunization program. There is some example for initiative and contribution by international organizations towards sustainable immunization finance. For example, for WHO, the Universal Immunization Program is one of the world's greatest public efforts, covering 2.6 million babies and 2.9 pregnant women, and this effort help with other initiatives to increase the coverage rate for hemophilus influenza vaccine to 71%, and for measles, 80% of children had received at least one dose of measles vaccine, and also for polio, 80% of infants has at least 3 doses of the vaccine. Other example is Gavi, Global Alliance for Vaccine and Immunization, which is found on 2000, and its mission to promote the equitable and sustainable use of vaccination. Its long-term commitment, and they have two financial streams, mainly direct contribution from the government, donor countries, and foundation and business and organization. Other stream is creative financial. UNICEF is a great example for supporting the immunization program in the low-income country through outbreak response and routine immunization program, and also provide support to preventive campaign with annual investment 1.6 billion in 2019. In Saudi Arabia, the Ministry of Health responsible for overseeing healthcare in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia spent around $40 billion annually on the healthcare. The government provides vaccine in Saudi Arabia free of charge as immunization schedule, which is cover more than 18 diseases. Also, Saudi Arabia has centralized the public purchases for drug through the National Unified Procurement Company for medical supply as a part of country ambitious vision 2030. This company aims to boost spending effectiveness while enhancing performance when purchasing drug and vaccine. Other example from Saudi Arabia to supporting external fund globally, the Saudi Arabia promised $500 million through King Salman Humanitarian Aid and Relief Center to battle the coronavirus epidemic at G20 and invite other countries to fill the financial gap by $8 billion. Also, Saudi Arabia additionally gave $3 million to health project to battle the COVID pandemic. Recently, the center pledged to provide $10 million to improve polio and measles program in 8 countries. Agreement signed at World Health Summit in Berlin last October. And also, the center fund the WHO measles rubella immunization campaign in Yemen, and this initiative vaccinated more than 4.7 million children under 5. The importance of sustainable financial in the vaccine management. First thing is vaccine inventory management. For example, for cold chain, the high quality cold chain allow health workers to deliver life-saving vaccine. Also vaccine awareness, not just for community or healthcare provider, but also for decision maker to take a decision regarding to immunization activities. Vaccine access, for example, the early stage of COVID pandemic, just over 3% of persons in low-income country had received at least 1 dose compared to 60% in high-income country. Finally, vaccine development, invest more in the vaccine development, allow to produce vaccine in affordable price. Thank you.
네, 좋은 발표 감사드립니다. 네. 그럼 세 번째 발제로
Thank you very much. For the third presentation, we would like to invite the Park Seun from IVI, and she'll be talking about the vaccine access and equity. And please give her a big hand.
So thank you for this opportunity to talk about the vaccine access and equity at this GHSA forum. So before diving into this topic, I would like to briefly introduce our institute. So IVI is a UN-chartered international organization dedicated to accelerating vaccine R&D for global health. Our mission is to discover, develop, and deliver safe, effective, and affordable vaccines for global health, with a vision of developing countries free of suffering from infectious diseases. Our headquarters is based in Seoul, Korea, and we have recently opened the European Regional Office in Sweden, and also 3 collaborating centers in Africa. IVI is a leading product development partner with multi-country presence, and we are focused on cross-cutting vaccine R&D through global public partnership. So the issue of vaccine access and equity has been flagged, especially during the past 3 years of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. So back in 2020, January, COVID-19 was disease X. So following the official pandemic declaration in March 2020, around 1 year later, over 100 million cases with over 2 million deaths have been reported. 2 years later, over 400 million cases with nearly 6 million deaths. And today, nearly 3 years later, over 630 million cases with nearly 6.6 million deaths reported globally. So if we look at the vaccination status around the world, as of November this year, around 71% of the global population received at least one dose. So that is more than 5.4 billion people worldwide. But if you see the maps on this slide, you can see the stark gap between the vaccination programs between different countries and continents. So the map on the left shows the share of population that received at least one dose, the map in the center for the fully vaccinated, the map on the right for the booster doses. So all this was possible thanks to the exceptional speed of the COVID-19 vaccine development and innovation. And the global health mechanism of the emergency use listing by the WHO has enabled 11 COVID-19 vaccines so far to be used for the emergency response for the pandemic control. And currently, there are also many more COVID-19 vaccine candidates under clinical development. So this was possible with huge public and non-profit funding for COVID-19 vaccine R&D and production. So I think you have heard about this Operation Warp Speed of the US program for COVID-19 vaccine development. That was an $18 billion funding, and mostly in late-stage clinical development and early manufacturing of COVID-19 vaccines, with agreements in place to buy 455 million doses. So CEPI's $1.4 billion investment, $4 billion investment is also another example that supported the COVID-19 vaccine development, with commitments to ensure global access and affordable vaccine costs. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and other foundations and governments also provided huge funding support to expedite the COVID-19 vaccine development, R&D, and supplies. So while the supply side of the COVID-19 vaccines development have been moving forward with speed, the issue of vaccine access and inequity has been flagged. And the COVAX, the vaccines pillar of the Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator that has been co-led by Gavi, CEPI, and WHO, and with funding pledged and committed by various governments, has been set in place. So around 190 countries joined COVAX, and the idea was that the low and middle income countries could be supported by COVAX with at least 20% of their populations have access to the COVID-19 vaccine doses. But as we all know, the COVID-19 vaccination rates continue to lag in the LMICs, the low and middle income countries, with only 26% of the population that received at least one dose. That is comparable to 82% in the high and upper middle income countries. So there could be many reasons why what's causing the vaccine inequity and accessibility issue. We've all seen the vaccine nationalism, especially at the peak of the COVID-19 epic curve, and especially also when the first batch of the COVID-19 vaccine doses became available for use. But fundamentally, that also makes us to wonder about the vaccine manufacturing landscape in the worldwide. So across 47 vaccines and 94 manufacturers, the 2021 global vaccine market supplied around 16 billion vaccine doses. This is up from 5.8 billion in 2019 before the pandemic, and with a value of $141 billion, which is up from $38 billion in 2019. And this accounts for 10% of the pharmaceutical market. Southeast Asia and Western Pacific regions are the largest regions by volume of vaccine doses distributed, especially considering China and India. And Americas and Western Pacific regions are the largest by value, accounting for over 60% of the total value. And USA and China being the highest value countries, driven by good access to COVID-19 vaccines and high prices. So compared to 2019, the African region volume share declines as a result of poor access to COVID-19 vaccines and decreases in volumes of pediatric vaccines. And COVID-19 vaccines changed vaccine supply landscape with various manufacturers emerged. Top 10 manufacturers capture almost 90% of the global value. Another important development is African leaders pledged last year to increase the share of vaccines manufactured in Africa from current 1% to 60% by 2040. So what strategy can these newcomers to the global vaccine manufacturing can consider? So due to the technology and market entry barriers, countries may consider starting the initiative with fill and finish with relatively low complexity and technology and gradually move towards the long-term vaccine R&D. So based on the assessment of existing capacity of vaccine manufacturing, development, and distribution within the respective countries, the appropriate entry points can be assessed. And here, another very important point is having an investment case, so the business model, to understand the supply and demand side of the vaccine manufacturing plan that are giving respective country plans to proceed. So the vaccine manufacturing facility at the Good Manufacturing Practice, GMP, standard is also a minimum requirement. So WHO defines the GMP as part of quality assurance, which ensures the products are consistently produced and controlled to the quality standards appropriate to their intended use and as required by the marketing authorization. Another important aspect is the government's regulatory system, which is a key component of the health systems to assure the quality, safety, efficacy of medical products, including the vaccines. So the government's regulatory capacity is very important for strong oversight of vaccine development, manufacturing, and deployment. And as of December 2021, 35 vaccine-producing countries have reached at least maturity level 3. And if you see the graph on the left, most of those countries, 23, are in high-income countries, 8 upper middle-income countries, only 4 lower middle-income countries with the maturity level 3. So what have we learned from the COVID-19 pandemic, especially on the barriers to vaccine access and equity? We've seen the vaccine nationalism in context of limited supply of vaccine doses. We've also noted the limited vaccine manufacturing capacity in the low and middle income countries, as well as the diagnostics and disease surveillance capacity for evidence-informed vaccination strategies. So how can we prepare better for a next pandemic? We need to work together and better to address these gaps in the manufacturing and regulatory capacity in the low and middle income countries. That requires investments in human resources in the vaccine R&D with a long-term vision and improvement in the public health governance, as well as the disease surveillance and diagnostic capacity building, cold chain capacity building, and also lastly, also very importantly, the strong leadership to work together for enhanced vaccine availability and accessibility both globally and within countries. And I'd like to also emphasize here again, I think we all agree that outbreaks do not need to be a pandemic. So we already see strong momentum and political will at various country and regional levels to strengthen the vaccine manufacturing and R&D capacity in the low and middle income countries, such as the BRICS countries' approaches to scaling manufacturing, for instance, China shifting during COVID-19 towards more export focus, and India shifting towards end-to-end integration across the value chain. More tech transfers initiated in the Africa continent after 2020, and the African Union has also established the Partnerships for African Vaccine Manufacturing Framework for Action. So IBI has been working closely with partners in Korea and also the low and middle income countries to strengthen the local vaccine manufacturing capacity. There are several initiatives ongoing with the latest development with the K-Vaccine Hub in collaboration with the Korean government and the WHO. So IBI conducts vaccine R&D from discovery to vaccine clinical development and all the way to supporting the registration of the vaccines and WHO pre-qualification. We also conduct the post-licensure, post-registration research that includes the vaccine introduction, delivery with the real-world evidence generation with the vaccine impact and effectiveness analysis, health economics, and supporting the LMICs with the surveillance capacity building and lab strengthening. So we work closely with many distinguished partners in industry, the Korean government, and other governments in the world, academia, philanthropy, and global health. And with that, I'd like to thank you very much for listening to this talk, and also thank you for the GHSA Secretariat and the Korean government for hosting this important forum. Thank you.
네, 좋은 발표 감사드립니다.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. Last but not least, we will hear from Dr. Benjamin Dahl, epidemiologist at the US CDC, who will talk about vaccine hesitancy. Please give him a big hand.
Thank you, colleagues. Very excited to be presenting today, talking about vaccine hesitancy and understanding and ways we can address some of the vaccine hesitancy that we've seen, particularly around COVID-19. So to give a little primer on some vaccine demand and basics, if you look at it, how one gets to someone to be immunized, this is kind of a map, and this is really showing you that it's a journey, it's a continuum. Basically, though, we need to have people who have knowledge and awareness and beliefs in the vaccines. And so one thing we've heard around COVID-19 is sometimes there were a lot of questions. And so we need to be open and showing information about vaccine safety and efficacy, providing the right recommendations. And then this will lead to like intent. And so do people have trust in receiving the vaccine? Do they understand the benefits of it? You need to also look at, are the costs and time spent, is this accessible? If you have so many barriers that it makes it difficult for someone to get vaccinated, they might not go and get vaccinated. And that continues on to where you actually receive it, so your point of service. You want to address safety concerns. You really want to make sure that it's convenient and not going to be a huge burden in terms of people being able to receive the vaccine. Then also, what kind of care do they get when they go to a facility? I mean, are they treated with respect and dignity? Are their questions answered? If not, that could propose other barriers and limit the effectiveness. And then you also want to make sure that after service, our adverse events monitored, as was presented earlier, that we have to have systems in place, and that you just have a positive reinforcement. Briefly, I'm going to just talk about some of the drivers for receiving a vaccination. This was work based on a WHO document working group. And you really want to look at it in terms of, again, many different ways that might address what perceived risk is. So are people viewing like the benefit of getting the vaccination? How do they perceive that with the risk? So we know for COVID-19, there was quite a large group. People felt that there was, the risk of the disease was great, but there might have been some questions about the vaccines given how quickly they were developed. And so then we also just really need to look at some of the social norms and who is supporting this. If we need to reach out to the right audiences, that could be family members, that could be religious leaders. You need to make sure that there's gender equity here so that that everyone has access to this. And then what are different ways that it's going to really motivate it? Why are people going to be motivated to get the vaccination? Then, as I mentioned earlier, you need to make it like there's something practical things. Like, is it available? I think early on we saw that often there was a lot of demand for the COVID-19 vaccine, but there wasn't availability. Is it affordable? What was the quality of service? And then you need to, apologies, it's a little jumbled here, but you need to consider what your sources of data are. So where are you gathering this information? Because that really is important in terms of leading to recommendations for vaccines and the next vaccination. So these are some tools that were developed that could be of use. The links are here. There's one that was done by colleagues at CDC where you're doing a rapid community assessment guideline, so something that's very action-oriented. That way you can really detect potentially any problems and address it in a rapid manner. And then this WHO document, the behavioral and social drivers of vaccination. This is something that really is applicable across the board, not just limited to COVID-19. So I'm going to jump into some actual interventions and how it's worked. And so those will be some examples from the U.S., but also primarily in the global setting. So you need to have a tailored approach. And this is not rocket science, but really, if you want to have an audience that's going to accept a vaccine, you need to have the right events in place and right interventions. And so really, you want there to be social listening, because we've heard a lot about rumors that maybe the vaccines aren't safe, so you need to have a network in place that could really detect that. Look at what kind of behaviors are there, what are potential some barriers to that behavior, what are the right messages, and you need to really just kind of determine your format and your way you're doing this in a timely manner. And you will want to also set up a monitoring and evaluation indicators right in the beginning, because you want to be able to track how your program is doing and really have your focus be on the community. So this graphic is just kind of showing a ladder to building demand for vaccines. And so if you look at start at the base, are the vaccines accessible? Are they easy to reach and get to? And if they are, then often you can get people moving in the right direction. So then is there this a beneficial belief that, say, if I receive a vaccine, that I will be protected? And so then what also you might want to address, what are some potential side effects? You can't ignore these. I think there was a lot of concern early on that these vaccines, because they were rapidly developed, might not have had the same protocols, but that was false. That was a false dialogue, that there were people trying to spread that, but I think the safety protocols were well established. You want to make sure that it's convenient, so if someone's going to get the vaccine, they don't have to spend days and to try to get it. Is it appealing to them? Is it desirable? Again, how does this really, how do people view this? Is it a necessary vaccine? Is this something someone's going to want to get? And if you can really meet all these steps of the ladder, you can usually get a high coverage rate. Some different strategies. I'm not going to go into all the details here, but I'll elaborate on a few of these, but just different strategies to increase vaccine confidence and demand. And so some of them, we want this to be evidence-based. You don't want to be just doing this on a hunch, so you want to have some of these tools about how you can develop something for your directed community. And so there is a link in here that I think at the end you'll be able to access all of this. But some of the big questions, just like what approaches are needed to make sure the community supports getting the vaccination and has confidence in the vaccination. So something that one of the colleagues mentioned earlier is you really need to combat misinformation. That's something we saw quite a bit. And so we had an implementing partner in Nigeria who set up like routine, we call it social listening systems, where they would listen to rumors, listen for them, try to find out ways that it was being spread. We know that social media and internet, there are a lot of rumors are being spread there. And so they set up a system that really allowed them to develop communication materials that would address some of those rumors, and other ways they could maybe do some hoax busting or fact checking, because you need to have a system that's dynamic, and because if rumors get out of control, then it could really impact your immunization system. That goes hand in hand with having effective communication. So you need to have trusted messengers. Who's going to really be an advocate for it? Maybe in some places that could be a healthcare worker, it could be, as I said earlier, religious leaders or community leaders. You need to find and target your messaging with people who will be able to provide credible information that's also they'll be accepting. We saw a group working in Zambia called Circle of Hope. They primarily work with persons living with HIV, but they were able to use that trust that they had of offering HIV treatment to increase the demand for COVID-19 vaccines. And so sometimes you just need to think a little outside the box, maybe not your traditional immunization system, but look at what's going to work. It was also mentioned maybe some medical reminders. Is there a system in place where patients will know they need to come in and get their vaccine or get their booster? So if you can have a system like this, it can range from something that would be like a text message. It could be something just by having like a postcard or something in the mail. And so We had something in the U.S. where we worked quite a bit with local health departments to help set up the scheduling of the COVID-19 vaccine and then also just gauge views on the vaccination. You might want to look into something called motivational interviewing. It's where you're working with people in the community and just trying to have some behavioral change going on through active listening. And so some examples we saw, like in Romania, they really worked on a lot of interpersonal communication between the healthcare workers and caregivers about vaccination, because those are people that were trusted quite a bit in Romania. We also saw that in Kenya, they used an approach to work with the Somali community. There's a very big Somalian population in Kenya, and you had to have messages that were tailored directly towards them to have a successful intervention. We need to really make sure we address the vaccine safety concerns. That's one of the big barriers often to receiving vaccines. If people don't have confidence that these vaccines are going to be safe and effective, they might not take them. And so you need to be truthful and admit that there are risks, but also that there's a system in place where you could really track any vaccine-related events and that address these potential issues in a very timely manner, so you don't have a decrease in demand or in your vaccine uptake. And really just making sure that you look at this through a lot of different areas, a lot of different ways to message this. And so you want to have your regulatory authorities, you want to have your ministries of health, you want to work with media and other like vaccine safety experts to have these messages about vaccine safety addressed very quickly. Here's an example from Thailand where a lot of the community insights were taken. You can see they were mapping this out in drawings. This is not, it doesn't have to be something like a PowerPoint presentation or something overly sophisticated. You just want to have a system in place that will address the different levels. And so one of the things that was done was they identified some of the big major themes that community members were interested in, and then they had a 2-day intervention that really worked with the community members and other stakeholders, and that helped greatly increase vaccine demand and uptake. Another example from the Eastern Mediterranean region, there was an assessment done, so a vaccine demand assessment. This is a tool that is in place and can be used. I think it can be applied anywhere. This was done in the Eastern Mediterranean region, but easily could be applied to many of your countries. And then the findings were disseminated, so to your Ministry of Health, to other multilateral partners and community leaders. And so that way they were able to address some of these discussions with small groups, and so they were able to really figure out some of the issues that would resonate with the communities, and that helped them really also prioritize some of the demand in areas where work strategies could work. Monitoring and evaluation, I mentioned that earlier. It's something you want to really start in the beginning. When you're setting up a program, you don't want the monitoring and evaluation to be an afterthought, and often we sometimes see that it is. But if you set up a robust monitoring and evaluation at the beginning, before you're even launching your activities, you will be able to measure progress, you will be able to measure challenges in a almost real-time fashion. And so you might need to adjust it if you have like a small, say, targeted intervention and it's in a specific community, like the Somali community that I mentioned earlier, or you might have larger community and campaigns. And so you really want to make sure that your system is flexible enough to address all of that. And then you've got to look at what the resources are that you have available, because monitoring and evaluation system can be quite costly, and it just depends on the system you set up. But in some cases, like if we're like in a crisis, like we have been in response mode, a longer evaluation might be more of a challenge. And so you need something that is flexible. But really, at a minimum, you want to just make sure that you have the correct indicators in place so that you can really figure out, is the system you've designed on paper, is it actually being implemented? And are there ways that you can respond to what the community is asking for? Do you need to have specific targeted interventions? And who are the other stakeholders that you need to be involved in? And for those of us in the immunization field, we're used to working with other immunization partners, but we found that for COVID-19, we had to expand the group of people we were working with, and that allowed us to have more feedback in a quicker manner. I'm going to get ready to wrap up because I know we're in time, but also have to mention that overall the global impact of COVID-19 on routine immunizations was great. And this was more of an access issue. It wasn't demand. People wanted their children vaccinated, but many healthcare facilities were closed or were not doing routine services. So I just want to show this table. It shows really a decrease. If you look at 2020 or late 2019, we have a dramatic decrease in number of routine immunizations. And so 3% drop in 2020, a 2% additional drop in 2021. We're starting to see some improvements there, but this really has a potential for mass outbreaks of, say, measles or polio or other vaccine-preventable diseases. And so I think as a global community, we really need to focus on finding ways to have a rebound. And I think, again, I'm hopeful that we will, but it's going to take some time, and we probably will have to expect there to be some quite large outbreaks.
Ben,
yes.
Can you make certain?
Yep, I'm just wrapping up right now. Thank you. And so there's some tools that are there. You can find these online. These tools are available, publicly available, and the links are right here. And so with that, I'd like to thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for the excellent presentation. Now, we will move on to the panel discussion session. And Dr. Benjamin Dahl and I will co-moderate this session. I will first introduce the panelists. First and foremost, we have with us Section Chief Dr. Ihenyu Erda Abera, who will talk about infrastructure capacity. Please give the doctor a big hand.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to me to talk about vaccine infrastructure in the Africa region on this global forum. So I will try to talk shortly vaccine infrastructure and the challenges in the Africa region. This is my outlines. I will try to cover all these outlines, vaccine history, coverage of the vaccination coverage in the Africa region, vaccine infrastructure, and logistic and management system of Ethiopia. As you all know, the expanded program of immunization in the Africa region was launched in 1970s, and by the mid-18th, all countries had established national immunization program in this period. A mid-decade evaluation was conducted in 1985, indicate the regional immunization coverage was under 20%. After 30 years later, at this moment, some of the African regions' vaccination coverage is around 45% and below. We will see some countries as example. On the year 2021, around 25 million children were missed one or more dose of DPT through routine immunization. From these, 18 million of children doesn't get any single dose of DTP vaccines. Majority of the children was living in low, middle, and middle-income countries like India, Nigeria, Indonesia, Democratic Republic of Congo, Ethiopia, the Philippines are recording high number, from this country, 3 of the most populated African countries have a big share for the 18 million unvaccinated children. When we see Nigeria and the Democratic Republic of Congo was an estimated 4.6 million infants not vaccinated for DTP3, which accounts 69% of total West and Central Africa region, unvaccinated and under-vaccinated surviving infants. Here, I'd like to show you vaccination coverage of the Africa region and unvaccinated and under-vaccinated children for DTP1 by the year 2021. I take this data from UNICEF regional immunization snapshot. As you see from the slide, the color indicates that the red color shows the regions, countries with below 50% vaccination coverage. The orange one shows 15 to 79% vaccination coverage. The green one shows a country with 18 to 89% vaccination coverage. And the light blue indicates country with a vaccination coverage of greater than or equal to 90% vaccination coverage. So when you all see now, look in this slide, most of the countries' vaccination coverage is under 80%. So it needs more attention to go together or to prevent vaccine preventable disease in the Africa region. From here, Guinea, Central Africa Republic, Angola, and Somalia have a vaccination coverage of below 45%. And the 3 biggest and populated countries, Nigeria, have a vaccination coverage of 56%, Ethiopia, a vaccination coverage of 65%, Democratic Republic of the Congo have also 65% coverage. And they contribute almost around 6 million, more than 6 million unvaccinated children by the year 2021. Here, I would like to show you the share of unvaccinated children in the continent. This data shows us there is a big problem on infrastructure accessibility and vaccine equity. So Nigeria have a share of 30% unvaccinated children on the Africa region. Democratic Republic of Congo and Ethiopia have 12% share for unvaccinated children, and others have their own contribution starting from 1% to 6%. So in the continent, there are several unvaccinated children due to shortage of infrastructure, accessibility, and a shortage of vaccine logistics and supplies. This is a global share of the country. Even in the global share, Nigeria, also the second big share on the continent, 13%. Democratic Republic of Congo and Ethiopia have also 5% contribution. So it needs more attention to go together on vaccine preventable disease. This is the main factors for the low coverage of vaccination and unvaccinated and under-vaccinated children in the African continent. The first one, an increased number of children living in conflict and fragile settings where immunization access is often challenging. The second, factors for unvaccinated children and low coverage, increased misinformation and COVID-19 related issues such as service and supply chain disruption, resource diversion to response for conflict and other emergencies, containment measures that limit immunization service access and availability, missing hard-to-reach and hard-to-vaccinated population, vaccination supply shortage, and in most countries, the program was donor-based, so when the fund interrupts, immediately the vaccination program also collapsed. So this is also another factor. The other factors for unvaccinated children and low vaccine coverage, there is a poor forecasting of logistics, procurement problem, handling, storage, and distribution of vaccine is one of a critical challenge. Accessibility of the health facility, also a critical challenge. poor vaccine logistic and supply record, monitoring and distribution system also another challenge. Shortage of cold rooms, refrigerator trucks, cold chain equipment, and their spare parts also another problem. Shortage of trained cold chain technicians, shortage of power supply, low utilization of technology, and poor regular temperature monitoring and monitoring of vaccine refrigerators are the main factor for under-vaccination and low vaccination performance.
Please
Here,
make it shorten.
okay. So here I want to share what the government of Ethiopia did to improve the vaccination coverage and accessibility in the country. So the government take several activities to enhance the vaccination program. The first one, government try to prepare a pharmacological supply master plan. In this master plan, the government decided to organize a new agency which was responsible for supply chain as a pharmaceutical supply chain agency, and this agency have responsible to integrate pharmaceutical supply logistics systems, delivery, and arranging of priority commodities in the country. The rationale behind to organize Ethiopia Pharmaceutical Supply Agency is to create visibility of the logistics and supply, for accountability, sustainability, and efficiency of several new expensive and large volume vaccines being introduced. There was recognition that a new approach was needed for the supply chain and relocation to invest in the current system without major change. So we are focusing on supply chain leadership, or we are focusing on continuous improvement plan for logistics supply and distribution. We are the government focus on supply chain data for management system and procurement of cold chain equipment and construction of regional hubs and supply chain redesign. Before redesigning our supply chain system looks like this. Before the old system, all the facilities and the regional health bureau, zonal health bureau, and until health posts, they pick up the logistic to the next level. It takes long time. If they don't have any resource, they don't want to collect their supply from the next level. Immediately now we change the system. The pharmaceutical supply agency delivers the supplies to regional health bureau. Regional health bureau also delivers the vaccines to health facility. Finally, the health posts pick their vaccines at the time of the immunization day from health facility. So this takes a big change on our vaccination program. Finally, I want to use His Excellency Director of African CDC SWORD. If you want to go far, let us go together to prevent vaccine preventable disease in the Africa region. 감사합니다.
Thank you. 감사합니다. 예, 좋은 토의 감사드립니다.
Thank you very much for the presentation.
Next, we will hear from Dr. Vernon Lee, who will talk about sustainable financing capacity. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much for inviting me to speak at this very important expert forum. So I'll keep my talk short and just to show you how Singapore has approached sustainable vaccinations, sustainable financing for our vaccination programs. So don't worry too much about the busy slide. I'll take you through one by one. So this slide just shows our entire approach to how we do our vaccination strategy. Vaccinations, of course, are a very important and cost-effective public health intervention, and we adopt a life course approach where we deal with vaccinations across the entire life of an individual, relying on multiple pillars. So every time a new vaccine is identified, that's on the left, we will go through a product assessment, registration, and go through a committee of immunization to see if it should be recommended onto our vaccine schedules. Underpinning this is the first pillar, which is legislation, to mandate important vaccinations. So currently, under our Infectious Diseases Act, 2 vaccines for children are mandated, measles and diphtheria. And of course, for COVID-19 vaccines, although it is not explicitly mandated for everyone, we have vaccine mandates through our vaccine differentiated public health measures. For example, at one point in time, if you were not vaccinated, you could not enter a mall or eat at a restaurant, or travel without quarantine. Of course, that has been lifted now that we are moving on to a sort of an endemic COVID situation. Next is our list of nationally recommended vaccinations, both on our national childhood immunization schedules and our adult immunization schedule. So this provides a clear recommendation for the population on what vaccines they should take to protect themselves. Next, the delivery framework, which I'll touch on later as well, but essentially we try to make vaccines accessible to as many people as possible through our primary care networks and through other networks such as the specialist clinics for those people who visit them for comorbid conditions, school-based vaccinations, for example, HPV vaccine, and the compulsory vaccinations, and also other vaccines in vulnerable populations, for example, putting flu vaccines out in nursing homes. And finally, the enablers, such as the financing schemes, to ensure that everyone who needs vaccination will be able to get the vaccine regardless of whether they can or cannot afford it. Having a good vaccination record system so that everyone knows what vaccines they have taken across time, and also to send reminders to individuals who have not gotten their vaccines, although they're eligible for it. Of course, public communications to ensure that individuals know what vaccines are available, how it can actually protect them and their loved ones. And also other touch points, for example, at pre-enrollment to schools and so on. So to support this sort of live cause vaccination strategy, we employ a two-pronged approach to sustainable financing. One is at the system level to ensure that recommended vaccines are cost-effective, and at the individual level to ensure that recommended vaccines are subsidized and that no one is denied vaccination because they cannot afford it. So at the systems level, as mentioned earlier, we have an expert committee for immunization that makes recommendations of what vaccines to include. So this is purely on professional grounds. Subsequently, it's handed over to a different agency, a government agency, looking at assessing the cost effectiveness of these vaccines independent from the professional recommendations. And after this is determined to be cost-effective, it goes to a third committee, an independent drug advisory committee, which makes the final decisions on what vaccines to include in the subsidized vaccination lists. And this will go into our childhood and adult immunization schedules. Once this is done, those vaccines that are selected will be available on this list and made widely available at all of our government polyclinics, which are our government primary healthcare clinics, and also at participating private general practitioner clinics. This makes it very easy for every Singaporean to access vaccinations. It is also available, like I mentioned, at specialist clinics and other clinics should they wish to be vaccinated at those centers or at those settings. There are other vaccines that would be for individual personal protection, for example, travel vaccines that will not be part of this list, but they'll be recommended if, for example, someone's traveling and would visit their doctor or through a travel health clinic. All the subsidies for the vaccines that are on our national immunization schedules are provided for all eligible Singaporeans and permanent residents. And there are full subsidies for children, so all the vaccines on the childhood immunization schedule are fully subsidized, which means it's free, and for adults it's partially subsidized. What do you mean by partially subsidized? Is that they can actually use their MediSave account, so this is a health savings account that every person living in Singapore would have, so a portion of your salary would go into a savings account, and you can use that savings account for various things. And one of those things would be to pay for vaccination co-payment, so that you do not actually have any out-of-pocket payments. Other things that we use our medical savings account for would be to purchase healthcare insurance. So with this, every individual would have full access to all vaccines that are recommended and found to be cost-effective, and no one would be denied access to vaccines because they cannot afford it. So with that, I thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you very much. Our last speaker is Dr. Nawal Al-Kabi, who is a senior advisor at Hayat Biotech, and he will talk about vaccine-related capacity. She will talk about vaccine-related capacity. Please give her a big hand.
Good morning, everyone, and I'm honored to be here, and thank you for the invitation. So I'm going to share with you UAE experience in building vaccine capacity. So our National Immunization Program is a very solid program and well-structured. It is supported by the legislation, government funding, all the NIP are supported by the government. We do have an excellent healthcare system, and there's collaboration between government and private. Most of our vaccines are administered in the government, but we do also have private clinics that can administer the vaccines, and it's all connected in one system. We have a widespread primary care clinics, and we have an excellent school programs, as good number of our vaccines are part of school. And during COVID, we developed drive-through vaccination center. In terms of our reported system, we have an electronic medical records, which facilitate monitoring the vaccination and the compliance and the coverage rate, and also it monitors the adverse events. Other things, easy access to the vaccinations, insurance program, everyone in the country should be insured, availability of a competent manpower, and our supply chain. However, although we do have a very solid NIP program, the things with COVID different. COVID-19 pandemic has shown the gaps in the global vaccine supply and change expectation of what is possible in development and manufacturing, and highlight the vaccination as a viable path for protecting population quickly. So there is a need to create more resilient vaccine ecosystem, the one that allow a country to develop and trade expertise and resources and collaborate with partners to secure enough vaccine doses. So to be able to prepare for the next pandemic, I think building capacity should be a priority for the countries. So to do that, in UAE, we started with international collaboration. Initially, there was an agreement between Sinopharm, the giant Chinese pharmaceutical company, and Group 42 to conduct the phase 3 clinical trial to test inactivated COVID-19 vaccine in UAE. This collaboration moved to joint ventures between the two to establish a manufacturing capacity in UAE. Our successful story in building capacity starts with the clinical trials. Initially, we conducted what we called for humanity clinical trials. More than 44,000 participants was in this trial across 4 countries and 128 nationalities. Of course, UAE, we have over 200 nationalities, and it is a good place to conduct clinical trials, as you will be able to test the vaccine in different ethnic groups. However, it was not the only successful story. After or even during the trials, we start to conduct other trials. Sputnik, the Russian vaccine, then we start other trials, and even pediatric trials. Those multiple clinical trials and the involvement of the community, I think we gain trust from our communities. We managed to have a successful campaign, and we even start to vaccinate our population at an earlier stage. And this, of course, it minimizes the COVID complications, and we do have one of the lowest mortality in the world related to COVID. And we have one of the highest vaccination rate. Like in our country, you will notice it's almost 100%, because we don't only vaccinate our own population, but any visitors, they are also welcome to receive the vaccination. And we are using different platforms. So we do have the inactivated, we have the mRNA, and we have the vaccine vectors vaccine. So the population, they have options to choose what they'd like to receive. I will leave you with this video. I hope it will work. Oh, it's not working. It's okay. It was a video in showing how we convert the Abu Dhabi National Exhibition Center into a clinical trial site. This is an example of multiple publications that we did as part of our international collaborations. The HOPE Consortium is another successful story in UAE. It is a central hub for vaccine storage and distribution to support the global response to the pandemic. Because UAE located between different continents, we could reach many countries, almost 2/3 of the world within 4 hours. And this consortium, it provides full solution end-to-end, from receiving the vaccines from different global manufacturer sites, storing the vaccines, and delivering it to the other countries. This is our KZAD manufacturing site that was established in Abu Dhabi. It's not ready yet, but it's almost there, and hopefully in 2023 Q1 will be ready. It can manufacture about 200 million vials per year, and the greenfield production build area, it's about 55,000 square meter, and fully automated warehouse, and it will offer COVID vaccine and other products. Of course, there are a lot of challenges when you consider building a manufacturer site, especially we are a consider small population country. It's only 10 million. So we are considering all the other challenges, like, is it financially feasible? Is it sustainable financially? What about technology transfer? What about manpower and attracting talented? So we do have a plan as a country to support manufacturing the vaccine with a collaboration with international body, both governmental and non-governmental. This is the other site. It's also belong to Hayat Biotech company, currently built in Serbia, and still not ready, but hopefully by next year it will be ready. And this is part of our international collaboration. So my take-home message, building vaccine capacity is a key tool in responding to pandemic and saving lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much for excellent presentation. Now we finished all the presentations, and I would like to thank the commentators as well as the presenters. Now we are going to have the open discussion session, but we are given only 15 minutes left for the panel discussion session. If the speakers, if you have any responses to the panelist presentation, I would like to give you some time to respond. So 2 minutes for each. And also you can talk about the action plan for next GHSA for the expansion of the IAP. So if your remarks focus on this aspect, I will highly appreciate. And also for our online participants and offline participants, if you leave your questions in the YouTube channel, then your feedback will be highly reflected in setting the future directions for GHSA. And with that, I would like to give 2 minutes to each speaker for response to the panelist presentation. So maybe starting from the last speaker. So starting from the Mr. Benjamin Dar.
So I think these presentations were all worked quite well together, and there was a nice flow. I think we've seen with the pandemic the importance of vaccinations and how we really need to, I guess, continue to strengthen the IAP. In the past, it has not been the strongest the action package, but I think under the leadership of Korea and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, it's moving really in the right direction. And so I guess hopefully going forward, we can keep some of that momentum and realize obviously how cross-cutting and timely this vaccination is right now.
Thank you. 감사합니다. 박세훈 박사님, 예, 말씀 부탁드립니다.
Dr. Park?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so I think I've presented in my slides, but I'd like to re-emphasize that perhaps for the better preparedness of a pandemic in the future, hopefully there won't be any pandemic, but I think there's already the momentum for the local vaccine manufacturing capacity building, and then the local government regulatory system, public health governance strengthening. So I think that's an area where actually the respective countries have the ownership and they're leading this forward, which is a great news. And we'd like to also say that IVI is supporting these efforts. And we have our annual vaccinology course that provides A to Z to vaccinology. And we also have the K-Vaccine Hub that includes the vaccinology course plus the GXP training, including the GMP, GCP, all these requirements. That's a minimum standards for the local vaccine manufacturing capacity building. Another aspect is that perhaps for the action plan for going forward, as we are the immunization action package working group members, we've noticed that how important the early case detection and the accuracy of the case detection is in order to prevent an outbreak to become a pandemic. And I think we need to really do better and work together to support each other as a one world, global citizens, to strengthen that aspect. And that's also important for the evidence-informed immunization strategy. Another important, perhaps an interesting point is that we've seen the huge COVID-19 cases, especially in 2020, 2021 in the United States, in Americas, in Europe. And we still, well, I mean, it's a good news that we don't see as high number of cases in the African continent, for example. But then there's also a question mark if there could be a potential underreporting of cases, maybe because of the health-seeking behavior, maybe because of the diagnostics gap. So I think we need to work better, to work together to move forward in that action. Thank you.
감사합니다. 에마드 박사님. 예.
Dr. Ahmed, please.
Thank you. I think it's clear from the all colleagues' presentation that spend time and effort to build the capacity. It's helped to protect the lives during the next threats. The cost effectiveness of vaccines was showing clearly during the pandemic. It's helped the health and the economy after one years of the pandemic. I think we are all together work to build the capacity, infrastructure, and help other countries to build this capacity to reach our goals regarding the immunization program. Thank you.
Thank you. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, Director Kwon. Yes, all countries have their own NIP strategies, and it was a great opportunity to find out and learn more about each country's strategy and plans going forward. And first, to ensure vaccine supply, we need sustainable financing, and we heard 3% of the tobacco tax redirected to this cause that was from Saudi Arabia, and I was quite impressed to hear that. So we need to step outside the box to come up with more innovative strategies. And going forward, we will need to share the ideas with other countries to learn more and to improve our current strategies. So we need to take such an action. And next, we also need to ensure better access. And almost all the clinics here in Korea receive training to provide vaccines to the citizens of Korea. And I briefly talked about that. However, the public sector alone cannot take action, so we need to rely on the private institutions and the private clinics, and I hope that other countries also do that, and we will need to share such experience going forward. Last but not least, we need IT infrastructure, and we heard the case of Singapore, and I believe that you have a solid infrastructure in place. And once everything is consolidated on the web, then I believe that more efficient and effective tracking will be possible. So by sharing these strategies, I believe that we will grow stronger. So we will need to take those three actions. I think we still have some time, so maybe I'll give 1 minute each to the discussants. 1 minute.
Can you hear me?
됩니다. It's okay. You can say.
Yes. So I think, as you can see, international collaboration is a key, and sharing experience, sharing data, extremely important when it comes to infectious disease and fighting against the pandemic. In terms of building vaccine capacity, it is a challenge, and I don't think it will be feasible for all the countries to build their own vaccine capacity. However, I think as a global community, we can work together and we can learn from each other. And even for pandemic, we should be ready to support each other, because if no one will be safe unless all of us are safe. So I think together we'll be able to resolve the issue that is related to supply chain, related to vaccines, but we shouldn't forget what happened in the pandemic. I think it was very clear. Those countries that learn from each other and support each other, they did extremely well. And we should continue to do that.
Thank you. 감사합니다. 별은?
Thank you. I think that was a very, insightful comment. So we wish to just continue on that to say that it is very important that we work together as a global community, because we are only as strong as the weakest link, and pandemics will spread regardless of borders. So apart from building the vaccine capacity, we also have to look at sustainable financing in terms of affordability of those vaccines in all the countries that need them most. So in terms of things like price negotiations, and even making sure that vaccines are affordable to everyone who needs it, even within countries where vaccines are available. The other thing that we shouldn't neglect also is the operations required to deliver those vaccines once they are in country into the arms of individuals. So things like cold chain, running vaccine clinics and so on, especially in large countries with sort of a large rural populations. We shouldn't also neglect that, because the availability of vaccines is one, but very often it is difficult to get them to the populations that need it the most. So that's something that I think we have to consider, building those capacities as a global community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to suggest to the Africa region, okay, I want to suggest more collaboration and investment on vaccine infrastructure in Africa region. As I mentioned earlier, there are several gaps on our continent related to vaccine infrastructure and vaccine supplies and logistics. So the global community give attention for low and middle income countries and more focus on technology transformation for health facilities and all the regional countries. And I suggest to continuous supply of vaccines and logistics, because most of the time there are supply interruptions, because most of African countries get the vaccines from developed countries. So we need a continuous vaccine and logistic supply to our region. Thank you.
Thank you. 감사합니다. 혹시 또 말씀?
Yes, thank you very much. Anybody else who would like to speak?
To add that regarding the financing and sustainability, so eventually if a country wants to start and support the new business in vaccine manufacturing, there could be a public funding support as a subsidy to start with, as a strategic move from the government side. But eventually it has to be picked up from the market. So it's very important to have the business case to sustain the vaccine manufacturing of the company eventually. I just wanted to add that.
Anybody else?
그러면
So,
Yeah. So thank you, everyone. I know we didn't have a lot of time for questions, but I think many of us are here the rest of the week. So if there's any questions, you can always find us in the hallway. And really want to thank the organizers for this opportunity to present on this important topic.
예, 감사합니다. 이것으로 저희 첫 번째.
yes, thank you very much. With that, I would like to wrap up the first expert forum. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. That brings an end to the expert forum 1. Thank you very much for your insights. Please give a big hand to the speakers and the discussants as well as the moderators. Can you please stand up so that we can take a photo?
네, 이 자리에 함께해 주신 모든 분들께도 다시 한번 감사의
Yes, thank you very much for staying with us until the very end of the morning session. Now, lunch will be served. It will be served to your seats, so please remain seated. After the commemorative photo session, lunch will be served.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2022 GHSA, and I hope you had a great lunchtime. Now we will resume with Expert Forum 2, Sustaining Greater Legal Preparedness, Supporting a Country-Driven Action Using Legal Framework Guides and Other Tools to Advance Global Health Security. And before we begin this session, I'd like to introduce what this session is about. So today's Expert Forum will emphasize the legal preparedness as a critical capacity for global health security and the role that the GHSA Legal Preparedness Action Package is playing in its promotion. COVID-19 and now monkeypox have continued to demonstrate the range of legal challenges countries face from infectious disease threats and in responding to widespread public health emergencies, making health security of principal importance. And these legal challenges call for greater awareness about the importance of legal preparedness for not only an efficient and effective response, but also for the development of legal tools to help countries achieve more comprehensive public health emergency preparedness in the future. And legal preparedness is a critical component of health security, helping to facilitate the prevention, detection, and rapid response to the public health emergencies in line with international standards. So now I have the pleasure of introducing Ms. Andrea Palm. She is the Deputy Secretary of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. As Deputy Secretary, she is the Chief of Operating Officer and is responsible for overseeing the day-to-day operations of the department. Previously, she held a number of policy and operational roles in the Obama to Biden administration at the Department of Health and Human Services, including Acting Assistant Secretary for Legislation, Counselor, and Chief of Staff and Senior Counselor to the Secretary. So that was the introduction of Ms. Andrea Palm. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming her up onto the stage with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the Legal Preparedness Action Package, I'd like to extend our deep thanks to the government of the Republic of Korea for hosting this expert forum on legal preparedness. And I want to thank our speakers for contributing their expertise and critical work as you all attend this session to learn more about this important issue. Our goal today is to raise awareness among participants at this ministerial meeting about the importance of legal preparedness as a critical capacity for responding to public health emergencies. Time and again, public health emergencies have shown how legal challenges can stand in the way of a rapid and effective response. Take the current COVID-19 pandemic as an example. Lack of regulations to allow for emergency use of medical products, and negotiations with manufacturers over legal liability concerns delayed access to vaccines for many countries around the world, particularly low and middle-income countries. This situation is not unique to COVID-19, but it has been seen over and over again in widespread international emergencies. These roadblocks can be minimized when legal infrastructure is in place at the country level, yet we have not seized previous opportunities to explore how best to enhance our legal preparedness as a critical capacity for health security. By ensuring that legal capacities are in place, we can focus our efforts on other critical dimensions of our responses, especially to saving lives. Legal preparedness is a key priority for the United States, and we want to thank Argentina, as well as Georgetown Law's O'Neill Institute for National and Global Health Law for co-leading this effort with us. The action package was established a little over a year ago in September of 2021 and publicly launched in March of 2022. Already, it has started a global network of experts from across sectors and regions who are committed to the mission of this action package. And we intend to keep moving expeditiously as time is of the essence. There are exciting opportunities ahead of us, from defining the field itself to holding and participating in public events such as this to bring greater awareness, to creating opportunities to engage with and help countries build their legal preparedness. Today's forum will highlight legal mapping, which is a critical first step for a country to become better legally prepared. And countries, through this legal mapping, can get a sense of what laws exist to support or hinder a response, as well as gaps in their own legal infrastructure. We hope this session will provide participants with insights into the type of legal preparedness challenges countries have faced, what is meant by legal mapping, as well as what the action package will be doing to develop guidance tools to support countries in their efforts towards greater legal preparedness. Again, I want to thank our hosts, the government of Korea, the members of the Legal Preparedness Action Package, and today's speakers for making today's forum possible. Being legally prepared means saving time during public health emergencies, and most importantly, that means saving lives. Thank you again, and I hope this session is informative and that you take out of it things that you can use moving forward. I'll turn it back over. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Andrea Palm. Thank you very much for gracing this expert forum too with your participation and remarks. And now I would like to introduce Ms. Anna Ayala. She is Senior Global Health Officer with the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Ms. Ayala supports the implementation of U.S. global health security policies at the intersection of the domestic and international, and the strengthening of international partnerships, working to coordinate across the U.S. government and with international partners. She manages the U.S. National Focal Point program under the international health regulations, and today she will be giving her remarks and also leading the session. So now, Anna, over to you and the GHSA Legal Preparedness Action Package leadership to continue the facilitation of today's session. And ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome her with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. It is such a pleasure to be here, to be able to talk to you about this important issue. And I will start out with a little bit of background on what legal preparedness means. So first off, what have we learned from COVID-19 with regards to legal preparedness? We have learned that it's severely lacking in the world, and that many countries cited this particular capacity as one of the major challenges during the WHO IHR Monitoring Evaluation Framework consultation back in March 2021. Drafting legislation and other legal instruments during the pandemic has led to inadequate and poorly implemented legal measures, potentially resulting in long-term ramifications and putting many countries in a vulnerable position. So there is this urgent need to promote legal preparedness globally, to recognize it as a critical capacity for global health security, and to build expertise and a trained workforce at the country level. So what is it? What is legal preparedness? Legal preparedness can be defined as the capability to map, develop, refine, and utilize legal instruments that enable the implementation of public health capacities to prevent, detect, and respond to infectious disease threats. So this involves the identification of legal approaches that can promote or hinder an effective response to public health emergencies, and the strategic development and refinement of legal instruments to facilitate the implementation of public health capacities needed for strong health systems. And so with this, we have created the Legal Preparedness Action Package under the Global Health Security Agenda. And our mission is to promote legal preparedness as a critical capacity for an effective public health emergency response and for strengthening global health security, so that one day legal preparedness is globally recognized and understood as a critical capacity for effectively responding to public health emergencies and for global health security. And so in a little bit more than just 1 year, we have grown our membership to 30 members, and that includes 10 countries, 10 multilateral organizations, 11 civil society, including academia organizations. And you can see there that we have a pretty long list of members there. And not to mention a lot of key players in the legal preparedness field. And here you have essentially the organizational chart of the Legal Preparedness Action Package. And you will see that we have created working groups, sub-working groups, that are essentially working on specific issues and approaches to how we can build capacity when it comes to legal preparedness. So you will see that we have a sub-working group on legal mapping, a sub-working group on regulatory issues, a sub-working group on liability risk management, as well as a sub-working group on outreach and advocacy, because it is such an important activity that needs to happen in order to promote legal preparedness around the world, and also a brand new capacity building sub-working group, which will essentially take the work that is being done from the different sub-working groups in order to build training modules, for example, for creating the global network of experts on legal preparedness, and working with different international organizations in order to see what the opportunities are in order to support countries to strengthen their legal preparedness through the different training modules. And these are our strategic objectives. As you can see, we have 3 work streams. One is on outreach and advocacy, the other one on guidance tools, which we'll be focusing on today, and capacity development. And so you will see that outreach and advocacy is so focused on engaging all the different actors from different sectors and around the world in order to really advocate for the importance of legal preparedness as a capacity for health security. And we also work to identify ways that we can bring different experts together so that they can share the information, whether you're talking about countries or civil society organizations that may be involved in all the work that for capacity building in countries. We also have the guidance tools work stream that has been working to come to some common understanding of what legal preparedness means, and also building tools that will help governments be able to become more legally prepared. And today we will highlight specifically the legal framework guide on legal preparedness that we will be developing. And last, the capacity building strategic objective, which is basically to help build that capacity at the country level and also establish a global learning network that might involve, for example, capacity building activities at the country level, but even looking at it from an academic standpoint, creating a curriculum for the next generation of legal preparedness experts. And with that, I will turn it over to my colleague Emily Rosenfeld, who is a public health analyst at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. And Emily has served as a member of the Budget Policy and Legislation team, focusing on legislative policy analysis and public health law. And during her time with CDC, Emily has supported multiple emergency response efforts for the agency, including most recently as the lead of policy, partnership, and communications with CDC's COVID-19 International Task Force. With that, I will turn it over to Emily.
I now have the pleasure of introducing our expert panel for today's session on the lessons learned on the role of legal preparedness in response to infectious disease threats. Please note a more comprehensive biography for each panelist will be displayed behind them on the screen as they provide their opening remarks. We are so pleased to be joined by the following panelists. We are joined here today by Professor So-Yoon Kim from the School of Medicine from Yonsei University in the Republic of Korea. Dr. Suk-Yoon Lee, researcher at the Asian Institute for Bioethics and Health Law at Yonsei University. Dr. Soapak Hinjoy, the director of the Office of International Cooperation, Department of Disease Control, Ministry of Health, Thailand. Dr. Carla Moretti, National Director of International Affairs, Ministry of Health, Argentina. And lastly, Dr. Sandro Bonfigli from the Office of Prevention and Communicable Diseases within the Directorate of the General of Health Prevention from the Ministry of Health, Argentina. To open our remarks today, I will now invite Professor So-Yoon Kim to the podium to provide her opening remarks. Thank you.
안녕하세요.
So good afternoon. I'm going to speak in Korean.
저는 연세대학교 의과대학 교수입니다.
I am the professor of the Yonsei Medical College of Yonsei University Medical College, and at this legal preparedness action package, I'm very honored to deliver this opening remark. Yonsei University and our research institute has been working as a center for WHO, and also we have recently joined the LPAP for GHSA. Korea in 2015, after experiencing the MERS crisis, Korea revised the legal system, and that has actually laid a great foundation for an effective initial response for COVID-19 this time. So for the LPAP Expert Forum, through this forum, I sincerely hope that we can understand and share the situations, legal situations of various countries, so that we can be better prepared for the future infectious disease crisis. For more details on how Korea responded in terms of legally to the infectious diseases, the Isukan will give you the more detailed presentation. And once again, I would like to thank you all for putting together this great venue.
Thank you. And now we will turn it over to Dr. Soapak Hinjoy to provide her opening remarks at the podium. Thank you.
Thank you very much for providing opportunity for Thailand to present on in the legal action preparedness in the action package. I would like to say that in the to say for in the opening remark, I would like to share you about in the our experiences that how important of in the legal preparedness. And in the at the early of this month, November, Thailand has in the actual experiences on in the IHR, JEE, or in the we call in the IHR Joint External Evaluation. That it will be the second law of Thailand. And Thailand is just like was of the first country. It's the first country that in the has been accesses for in the IHR JEE. And the one of the technical area we call in the legal instrument action package. And from in the before, it's kind of like when we do like an exam. That means we look at in the question, we look at in the what or the WHO, what in the tool would like us to do on the term of in the legal instrument. For the first question, even though we would like to get in the full score of 5 score, for in the first score, the country need to do legal mapping. What is the legal mapping? Because in the, when we say that we would like to contain the disease, for example, like a COVID-19, it is not only one act or in the one legislative issue that in the we can involve it. But we have many laws and the legislative that in the evolve for in the to contain the disease. And in Thailand, we have in the Communicable Disease Act. This is Ministry of Public Health use this kind of act to provide authorize many like a quarantine or in the any a lot of things in the term of in the contain the COVID-19. But when we say that in the we have like a travel restriction, it means that we have to deal within the Air Navigation Act. We have to deal within the Immigration Act. So that means we have to know how many legal instruments that we can use, and then we have to identify stakeholders to see how many stakeholders in the each legal issue that we involve it. This is the first thing that even that we would like to receive in the first call. And then they ask for, the legal mapping is just not only at in the national level, but you have to do at in the intermediate level. It means that subnational level, it will be like another step that we have to look at that. Because when we implement laws or regulation at the national level or at the subnational level, maybe have like a different approach. So we have to identify this. And then for the third score, you have to do this kind of like a legal analysis. The legal analysis is mean that you have to look at after you know about the legal mapping, you know about how many law and regulation that you implemented, you have to identify what in the strong point, what in the gap, what it is that you have to fill. This is a legal analysis. So in Thailand, we collect the people in the different sector to identify what is like a gap or what the thing that we went well, and see how we can fill the gaps. And we found that for example, the Communicable Disease Act that in the existing act that we have implemented, we found that even the outbreak or the pandemic is kind of like a long run, it's kind of COVID-19 for 3 years, it's difficult. That Communicable Disease Act can accommodate all things because the old version of the Communicable Disease Act is good for some kind of like the short epidemics. So we prove that we use in the Constitution that they allow us to identify the gap and can amend the Communicable Disease Act. This is the one thing. And the last, even though you would like to receive in the 5 score, this kind of when we play game. That means the most difficult part, the legal surveillance. That means you have tools that can track any change after you amend the laws. This kind of like the program, the process that in the country should learn. And you can see that the first step, legal preparedness by using the legal mapping is the first important, is an urgent need. Thank you very much.
All right, I would now like to welcome our next panelist, Ms. Carla Moretti from the Ministry of Health, Argentina, for her opening remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the government of Korea for hosting this meeting and my colleagues from the Action Package to conduct this expert forum. It's a pleasure for me to be here representing the Ministry of Health of Argentina. As the other colleagues mentioned, Argentina is co-chair the Action Package, the Legal Preparedness Action Package, since 1 year ago. And when United States come to us and says that this idea to create an action package on legal preparedness, the first things we thought is that should be a great idea to raise awareness of this critical capacity. We understand in Argentina the importance of the legal preparedness for effective public and response and emergency, and for that it was not until our GE in 2019 that we understand the importance of this critical capacity of the IHR. And even when we went through all the process of the GE and our report, for Argentina, it seems that the legal framework, it's not for us. It seems that it's not a problem. And when the COVID-19 appears, the challenges and barriers that we faced during the COVID response in order to purchase vaccines towards is not only the importance of this capacity, but the urgency of reviewing our legal frameworks. in order to develop a necessary normative to improve legal preparedness. It's important to point out that Argentina, at the beginning of the pandemic, didn't have the adequate legal mechanisms to sign the agreements and all the requirements that the providers of vaccines request. So Argentina, in the middle of the pandemic, had to obtain the legislative clearance from the governments to comply with the extraordinary purchase conditions of some providers. Despite all of the efforts in the middle of the pandemic, some negotiations with the pharmaceutical companies were hindered by issues related to indemnity condition and recognition of losses. Our new law, we have to develop a new law, but this new law talks about liability and indemnity, but not negligence. So this represents a big step back for us, because we have to start a new process to modify the national vaccine law in order to update the legal framework and unblock the negotiations. And all this process delayed the deploy our national campaign of vaccines in the middle of the crisis. So the important thing for us is that there is all this lack of adequate legal framework constitute an obstacle of the deploy our national campaign, and it could be an opportunity for us to, in this time and with all the lessons learned from the pandemic, review our national and legal framework to be sure that we were better prepared for the next pandemic. Thank you.
Okay, and finally, our last opening remarks from Dr. Sandro Bonfigli. Thank you. Over to you.
So, hello to everybody. Thanks again to the organizer from Republic of Korea. They are doing a terrific job. They asked me to explain what is legal preparedness from Italy. From Italy point of view. We are in the action package since the beginning. I could say that when they asked us if we wanted to be a member, we thought, oh, at last we found someone that would help us in understanding all the activities that are going on from a legal point of view at the national, regional, and international level. And that was one hope. But in reality, what is really legal preparedness from our point of view was already said, to identify the legal approach that can help or hinder the public health response. And this is easy to say, but difficult to do. As Dr. Sawabak said before, when you pick one topic, you often have a lot of different regulations and laws that interact with this simple topic. And if you pick difficult topics like, for example, AMR, you will see that you have tens or hundreds of laws that interact with this important health problem in different pieces, in different parts of the government. It's really a whole of government problem. So we think and hope that legal preparedness is the tool to have this approach, unified approach, and to help people who is writing law, the law experts, to understand what are the constraints that we as technicians face on a different points of view, from logistics to public health to organization to human resource availability or burnout, and also to help all the technical experts to understand what are the problems that the legal experts face. We sometimes see a problem, single problem, they see it a different set of problems with different names. The final wish would be to help also the people who have to respect the law, so all us, all the citizen, private sector, and so on, to understand what is the rationale behind this discourse, and also the constraints and why something would like that something is compulsory. So, as I said, the definition is quite simple, but the wish for us is really high level. And the experience that we were living, and we are still living, made us think that this kind of discourse is a really needed one, because we have seen that the emergency touched all different sectors. So we saw that the how can I say, emergency response was also linked to the continuous activity of farms and of logistics, and people quite far from the public health sector or the emergency sector became an essential worker. And so we think that reasoning together on this topic is paramount to solve all the issues that we faced and are facing. Thank you.
Great. So now we have a few questions for each of our panelists. We'll start today with question number 1, which will be for both Dr. Soapak and Dr. Bonfigli. The question, I'll first go to Dr. Soapak, and then I'll go over to you, Dr. Bonfigli. Our first question today is, what are some of the best practices for raising stakeholder awareness of the important role legal preparedness plays in helping to address public health emergencies? Dr. Soapak, over to you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much for the question. What is the best practice in the term of the legal issue and the instrument in Thailand? When I said that during the opening remark, I used to say that in the a Communicable Disease Act. This is one of the two that we provide that contain the disease. And during when we contain the disease, and we know that the Communicable Disease Act had some gap that occur. Maybe in some point we cannot address this by using the Communicable Disease Act. Then our legal officer at the Department of Disease Control talk with among the policy maker, and we hold a meeting, several meetings within the stakeholders, and identify by using the very simple tool that we call the SWOT analysis, and see that what in the weakest, what in the strength, and what is the threat, the opportunity. And after that, we can get the risk of what we need to feel to the future. So I think this is one of the very informative section that are among the stakeholder can talk each other, and then we can push that to the cabinets. And once when the cabinet see that, okay, this need to be this act need to be adapted, so that's why we can, and now our legal officer already work in the process how to adapt the Communicable Disease Act to the new amendment. This is one of the best practice that we have done in Thailand.
Great, thank you. All right, Dr. Bonfigli, over to you.
So, can you hear me?
I think so.
Yeah, so I will cite a lower level experience. We, 1 month ago, organized a conference about legal preparedness internally in Italy, taking advantage of the interactions and collaborations we had through the legal preparedness action package. So we had already people actively involved in the discussion because they were part of the Italian team. We had speakers also from international organizations like FAO, for example, which we connected via this activity, and by the way, which was talking Italian, which helped in organizing the conference. And this was a tool also to involve different agencies, like, for example, the Civil Protection Agency of Italy, of the Italian Red Cross. And this kind of activity helped in raising awareness both internally and in the other agencies. And I hope that it will, we are planning to have further activities down the road. We were a bit busy for this meeting, but the idea is there to increase the collaboration, because we can have a good solution only through interaction of the different actors.
Great, thank you. Okay, our second question will be for Ms. Carla Moretti and for Professor So-Yoon Kim. I'll go to Carla first and then on to Professor So-Yoon Kim. The question is, in what ways do you think legal preparedness can help strengthen public health systems to promote sustainability? Carla, over to you first.
Thank you, Emily. Can you hear me? Yes. As I mentioned before, I think that the legal preparedness is a crucial component of to comply the IHR, and in order to prevent and respond to emergency disease. And in many ways, it's a component that would be in many times underestimated by governments, especially by officials in the ministries of health. So I think that it's crucial for our countries to take the time to review our legal frameworks to minimize the future health emergency. And regarding the question to promote sustainability, the legal preparedness action package, I think we could facilitate coordinations among countries and multilateral organizations, and to put this critical issue in the agenda not only for national countries, but for multilateral organizations. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Kim, over to you.
예, 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, to ensure sustainability of health framework, and I believe that LP can truly help strengthen public health systems to promote sustainability. And actually, to promote sustainability of the public health systems, we need the right staff, we need transparency, and we also need to deliver the right communication messages. And at the same time, we also need to take the right approach. And of course, LP should serve as a foundation for all this. So LP, to strengthen public health systems, it has to ensure that the legal framework is in place. So we need to review the current legal framework and get ready for the future.
Thank you. Okay, our third question is for Dr. Soapak Hinjoy. The question is, what additional lessons can you share from the recent JEE in Thailand on your experiences with legal mapping and how that supported Thailand in the collection of information across areas, and more specifically in the legal instrument section? Dr. Hinjoy, over to you.
Okay, thank you. I find what in the lesson learned that we learned from in the IHRJE, that in the third version, this is true, the third version. For in the, as I just in the say that about if you would like to receive in the 5 star, that means the legal surveillance will be like you have to conduct this kind of surveillance. When I talk within our legal officer at our department, I ask them, do you have any conduct this kind of the legal surveillance? For the first response, they say to us that never. They never done in the legal surveillance. And then I explain to them what is this a surveillance system and how we conduct in the surveillance action in our Ministry of Public Health. They understand and they say that, oh, they ever done before. That means they have this kind of in the activity of in the surveillance. And I just learned that, and I also talk with our policymaker that sometimes when the people that they are not in the health sector, when we say that like a surveillance, when we say that like some particular word that it can be like a general use among the officer, health officer, but for the non-health sector, they cannot understand. And sometimes they already done for that. So we thought that it must be better if we can increase the capacity for the people in non-health sector and also in the health sector to understand some really like a fundamental or in the basic epidemiology or in the term of in the basic public health, and then they can both non-health and health sector can learn each other and they can know what they can work together and in the same goal. This is what we learn from the GHSA. And also in the one indicator under in the legal instrument, they say that in the gender equity, and also it means that the Ministry of Social Development and Human Security is another like a key player that can help us in the term of the work together to make like a gender equity. Okay, this kind of like a multi-sectoral approach that we apply the link we learn for in the legal instrument at in the IHRJ in Thailand. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. Okay. Our fourth question will be for Dr. Seok-Yoon Lee. The question is, what lessons learned from previous public health emergencies can you share in terms of adapting or considering changes to legal instruments to respond to current realities of the public health system? In what ways has this or did this support your enhanced legal preparedness in response to COVID-19?
Yes, MERS began on the May in 2015 and ended on the December 23 in 2015. So it means we responded to MERS for 217 days. Through the experience of MERS in the Republic of Korea has provided an opportunity to improve and supplement the deficiencies in the operation of the existing infectious disease management system. So I want to answer this question regarding infectious disease control and prevention law in Republic of Korea. We recognize that the overall system improvement for existing infectious disease prevention and management system was necessary to prevent the inflow and the spread of the new type of the high-risk infectious disease in South Korea. So after MERS, the law was revised as the following. First of all, substantial authority was granted to the public official at the quarantine site so that we could respond quickly and appropriately. Second, it facilitated securing human and material resources necessary for quarantine. The third one is risk communication capacity for disclosing information to the public related to the infectious disease was strengthened. The first one, it was operate to establish and designate an infectious disease hospital or research hospital for prevention of infectious disease. The fifth one, those who refuse to undergo an infectious disease confirmation investigation or medical examination were compulsory investigated, examined, or quarantined. The sixth, the scale of epidemiological investigator has been expanded. The seventh, the role of the local government was emphasized to respond to the infectious disease, etc. So these kind of legal system has helped a lot in responding to the COVID-19 in the Republic of Korea. So MERS serves as an opportunity to establish the infectious disease management system to the stage of the prevention, detection, and response, and also recovery in the Republic of Korea during the COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and our last question for our panelists will go to Dr. Sandro Bonfigli and Ms. Carla Moretti. First to Sandro and then to Carla. The question is, from your experiences, what process do you think should be instituted in the realm of legal preparedness to help ensure that the resources and guidance materials are developed in a way that they can be understood by a variety of audiences and not just legal officers and legal teams? So government officials to public health practitioners to policy advocates. Sandra, over to you.
After this morning expert forum, I was thinking that we probably share the same issue. I mean, the one of having a continuous awareness of the issue, of this issue, like in immunization, and the fact that we have a lot of different expertises interacting. My impression is that we have to have this kind of continuous dialogue. So the only functioning process, in my humble opinion, is the one that ensures that all the different stakeholders, maybe not together, can have a continuous interactions and discussion to understand their domain-specific problem and how these interact with the domain-specific problem of the other actors. And understanding also how to talk to each other, which is not easy at all a lot of time.
Thank you. Ms. Moretti, over to you.
Yes, that's a very important question because it's crucial for all of us develop some resources that could be in plain language. I listed a few resources, but I think it's important to develop them in multiple language. Not only official in the ministries of health of our country speaks English. It's very important for us to develop a critical mass of professionals who work in these issues in universities in all the regions, hold public hearings for stakeholders to comment on documents, who is using these resources, and we think that it's very useful. Ensure multi-sectoral collaboration from NHO, academia, students, and government. And it's the most important for us is align legal preparedness materials to WHO discussion and language, because since all national regulations are currently participating in this process, and it's important to maintain the same language. That's for me.
Great, thank you. And thank you to our panelists for sharing your insight and your experience of what legal preparedness means to you. We do have about 5 minutes, so what I will now do is if there are any, I will go down the line. If there's any closing remarks that you'd like to provide, please do feel free to do so at this time. I'll start with Professor Kim, and we'll keep moving down the line. So Professor Kim, over to you if there's any closing remarks you'd like to make.
Yes, I feel like I'm the only one speaking in Korean, so I apologize for that. I can speak English, but then we're in Korea, so I believe that I feel the responsibility to speak in Korean. Anyways, it's great to be here and to talk about a meaningful topic, legal preparedness. And for the healthcare sector, well, legal framework can actually serve as a critical tool. I majored in medical law. I'm also the chairman of Korea Medical Association and also the president at Yonsei University School of Medicine. And I also served as a legal advisor to a medical committee. Anyways, at the time, using legal framework was not something that we actually looked into at the time. But legal framework can truly serve as a practical tool, and I was able to learn from other countries' experiences today, and we need to be better prepared in terms of legal preparedness for the next pandemic. And I very much look forward to more sessions like this one so that we can share more knowledge. Thank you very much.
Dr. Lee, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. During my research in terms of legal preparedness, it is, for me personally, it's a great opportunity to learn about the legal preparedness. I think for legal preparedness, not just only in the one country's, issue. I think the collaboration with the multi-sector and the collaboration with the neighboring country is also collaborating with the other ministries are very, very crucial. So that's why I would like to emphasize to sharing the information each other is the most important, the issues to prepare the legal framework in the country. Thank you.
Dr. Hinjoy, over to you for your closing remarks.
Okay, thank you very much. For the closing remark that I would like to say, it's important that we need to learn the protocol on the way that in the term of the endorsement of the law enforcement, because sometimes when in the practitioner level, they know that the problem that occur after we implement the law, but even though we didn't know the way of the protocol and how we can inform the problem, how we can address any gap in the protocol, it will be difficult. So it means that in the parliament, we have to understand that all the law and the constitution have to go through in the parliament. So we have to understand that's kind of the way. And so the same thing. One of the two that in the Thailand have ever implemented is just not only in the JE, but we call UHPR, Universal Health Preparedness Review. And the one of the pillar, they said about something about the governance and the parliament. So I think that these two can provide us to a more understanding that in both the view from the parliament and the view from the health sector and the view from the non-health sector to understand at the same page. So this is important to learn the basic of the work on the task on the each sector. That meaning that we can work in the same goal.
Thank you. Carla Moretti, over to you.
Thank you, Emily. Just thanks our colleagues from United States, not only for create the legal preparedness action package, but with raise awareness of the this crucial capacity. And it's important, should be important for all of us to understand the importance of review our legal frameworks and share our experience, because we know that we have similar problems all, and all the experience we can share, it's very important for others. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Sandro Bonfigli, over to you.
So beyond reiterating the thanks to you all and to all you that are listening us, I would like to repeat what was said in Latin here in Republic of Korea during the introduction. It is also true from a legal point of view, si tu vales, ego valeo. If you are well, I am well too, because we are talked about legal preparedness aspect from a national point of view, but we are having discussion also from an international point of view, and having the right frameworks, which are also under discussion in this period, helps a lot in facing emergencies. And let's hope that we will have another emergency rather later than sooner, but we have to be ready. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. If I can get a group round of applause for our experts who have joined us today, please. Thank you. So thank you so much to our panelists. We're so grateful for your willingness to share your experiences and your leadership in the area of legal preparedness. We look forward to continued collaboration in this space. We will now switch gears to show more information about some of the collective work of the Legal Preparedness Action Package to assist with legal mapping and to enhance our overall legal preparedness. We will spend a few minutes providing an overview of some of the work, and then move on to the interactive exercise, where participants will have an opportunity to weigh in on prioritization of certain activities and materials to help us collectively enhance our legal preparedness. Before we move on, we'll invite the panelists. You are welcome to come down from the stage as we'll display the rest of the materials up here. Once again, thank you so much for sharing your expertise, for your participation in the action package, and for all of the experiences that you've shared here today. Okay, so just to give a little bit more background, I know Anna explained a little bit about why legal preparedness. Our panelists today have also given us great examples from each of their country context in terms of what legal preparedness means to them and how we can collectively act. So while these legal limitations were also observed during past public health emergencies, the magnitude of the problem became significantly more apparent due to the scale of the pandemic. So part of our objectives today, on behalf of the Legal Preparedness Action Package, is to take a bit of time to unpack this and to discuss the important role that health law tools play in supporting our overall efforts to sustain emergency preparedness and, in turn, to enhance our overall global health security. So why is legal preparedness important? What does legal preparedness do for us? Building legal preparedness is cross-cutting, and it's critical to achieving health security by promoting a coordinated approach to building and sustaining legal infrastructure. But it does require advanced planning. We heard that from many of our panelists here today. It requires that advanced planning and implementation through a wide range of interventions. The time that we don't want to find out, as many of us experienced during COVID-19 and previous public health emergencies, that we do not have sufficient legal authorities and capacities in place is during a public health emergency. We've seen many examples of this all around the world, where extraordinary measures or other legal workarounds were necessary on the fact that there was not sufficient legal infrastructure in place to act. One of our main goals here today is to expand our horizons when we think about the role of legal instruments in helping us to enhance our health security efforts. Thus, we want to reinforce the concept that when we think about the role of law, that it is not just about the rule of law and punishment, but also about building systems, sustainable infrastructure, and mechanisms for building those social and physical worlds. Most importantly here, we're thinking about not only the range of allowable authority and functions, but also just as importantly, about the potential limitations on that authority. Because of the critical role that legal instruments play in public health, we need to think critically about the potential contributions those legal instruments make in supporting our public health preparedness, and also discuss the tools in this space to help us not only simply observe our legal instruments, but also to study those legal instruments using methodologies to collect information that can be used to create sustainable legal infrastructure to help yield consistent decision-making at all levels in response to infectious disease threats. So let's take this a step further to look more specifically at the various tools and methodologies to help us do this. As we think more about the concepts here and the various methodologies, such as legal mapping and the collection of data-driven inputs to help us identify or highlight gaps that may exist in the legal instruments, as many of you are aware, the new Joint External Evaluation Tool, the 3.0, was published this past summer. One large change within the third edition of the JEE tool is language specifically related to indicators for countries to complete legal mapping and legal analysis to review their overall legal preparedness. This is captured in Prevent 1, Legal Instruments, formerly known as National Legislation, Policy, and Financing. We can see here that the targets call for adequate legal instruments for state parties to support and enable the implementation of their obligations and rights created by IHR, and the development of new or modified legal instruments by some parties for the implementation of the regulations. And this is measured by current legal instruments with the desired impact that legal instruments are in place in all relevant sectors to support IHR implementation. So here, let's just take a look at some of that new language even further. So as you see in P1, Prevent 1, legal instruments further highlights how these concepts of legal mapping and legal preparedness are being described and highlighted within international evaluation and guidance tools. For example, let's take level 3. The country has conducted legal analysis, legal mapping and legal assessment, and identified and reviewed gaps in the health sector, and developed or revised the necessary legal instruments for IHR implementation at the national, intermediate, and other levels where applicable. For reference, in the new JEE, in the 3.0, you will find these key footnotes for reference, which are particularly helpful for supporting our collective common understanding of key terminology to support legal preparedness activities. You've heard many of our panelists as well as facilitators talking about that common understanding, and that's what we're seeking to build through the Legal Preparedness Action Package. So you can see some of those additional footnotes for reference. They're also highlighted in the 3.0 tool if you wish to look a little bit further. So we've heard many of our panelists today talk about the importance of legal mapping. What is meant by legal mapping when we see it in the JEE and utilized widely for other normative setting purposes? Why might this be a helpful tool for our legal preparedness efforts? All across the world, we've seen those varying examples of how our legal infrastructure is not prepared to respond to significant infectious disease threats. Ultimately, further developing tools and methods to help us achieve and sustain legal preparedness saves that critical time before and during public health emergencies by ensuring that all requisite legal capacities already exist, that they've been tested, and that potential issues have been resolved in advance wherever possible, saving more time and energy reserved for the actual public health, communication, and scientific dimensions of a response. Thus, legal mapping is the process for capturing important features of legal instruments and for identifying how they vary across jurisdictions and institutions and over time. Legal mapping helps us to do a couple things. It helps us turn legal text into data. It also helps us create sound, reproducible information to enable you to create reliable data, and those results can be used to inform government leaders to advocate for change. It also helps us track trends across jurisdictions and over time that can help inform how organizations create, champion, and implement legal instruments that promote public health preparedness. And lastly, as many of our panelists highlighted, legal mapping can help us to identify or highlight gaps that exist in the legal instruments. Legal mapping provides a starting point for action by illuminating potential gaps and providing information on additional areas one may wish to consider as part of additional legal instruments. We are fortunate to have many of you joining us here today as members of the Legal Preparedness Action Package, and we hope many more of you will join us in the coming weeks and months. As part of our efforts to build a common understanding and a solid foundation of competencies necessary for strengthening legal preparedness, a set of technical tools and methods are being developed to help advocate and support awareness of the role that legal preparedness plays in preparing for public health emergencies. This is often a balancing act between specificity and flexibility when developing or revising legal instruments, as legal instruments do need to be flexible enough to easily change course as needed, but also need to be specific enough so there is no ambiguity on which sectors and entities have which roles and responsibilities, and how each sector or entity works together for a joint set of goals. Thus, in order to support this process, and the focus of our interactive exercise here shortly, is an overview of some of the specific tools and methodologies necessary to conduct this type of review. To essentially say, Yes, not only do we have a law in some area, but to fully understand what the law does, and just as importantly, what it does not do, using those data-driven inputs to support decision-making at the leadership and technical level. These legal framework guides, such as the Legal Preparedness Framework Guide that's under development as one of the Legal Preparedness Action Pact deliverables, are examples of tools that can essentially be used as a reference list that countries can use to fully understand more about a particular area of law, but also to map or document and more fully understand current legal authorities as they exist, and then analyze and map next steps to help close those identified gaps. As we dive more specifically into the overview of these tools, we would like to recognize that there are many existing resources currently from the great work of many of our colleagues here today, which will continue to be drawn upon to assist with legal mapping efforts for legal preparedness. The goal of building these type of tools, as we described here today, is not to duplicate efforts, but instead to amplify existing resources and tools to help support growth for our legal preparedness efforts. To further clarify what becomes part of these legal framework guides to assist with legal mapping, we have also provided you at your tables a high-level summary and outline that you can feel free to review as you're sitting at your desk and as you participate in the interactive exercise here in just a minute. The framework guide will ask specific questions about characteristics of legal instruments that may serve as a helpful tool for countries when conducting legal mapping, whether through the JEE or other purposes, to get a baseline of data on additional legal instruments that may be needed to support and build sustainable public health infrastructure and accountability. There are currently eight main areas of focus in the guide that are broken down into approximately 100 to 150 follow-up questions to allow for that specific level of data collection. And given that there's 100 to 150 questions in each area, on the screen in front of you, we wanted to provide you with a little bit more awareness on what those legal mapping questions look like when they're broken down to help provide us with those specific data-driven inputs. In just a few minutes, you'll have an opportunity to weigh in on prioritization and provide some feedback for us as we finalize this tool. Unfortunately, given that time was limited in today's forum, we felt this was the best way to gather information and provide your feedback to help shape the final direction of the legal preparedness framework and supplemental materials that are being developed collectively through the Legal Preparedness Action Package. And just briefly, before we close this part of the session, we wanted to provide a brief timeline on the final development of the Legal Framework Guide. We are in the final stages of developing this guide with support from members of the Legal Preparedness Action Package. The goal is that this will be finalized next year, early next year, hopefully in the early months of 2023. And thus, part of this interactive exercise, we are using a discussion platform where we welcome feedback you would like to provide to help us shape the final direction of the tool and those supplemental materials prior to publication. We'll share instructions here in just a minute on how to use the platform on the next slides. And as well as at your tables, we've given you a lot of supplemental materials in regards to work of the Legal Preparedness Action Package, the outline itself, a high-level outline. We will also be displaying those questions here on the screen for your input. Okay, so without further ado, for the interactive part of this session, we'll be using a platform called Mentimeter to respond to discussion prompts. The facilitators will be here asking a series of questions and displaying them on the screens here in front of you for your feedback and perspectives. In addition, at your seats, you do have that high-level outline, those key areas of the Legal Framework Guide, as well as a ranking sheet if you would like to fill that out at your seats. What we'll now ask you to do is if you'll use, for those of you who can use your mobile phone, we encourage you to go to this platform. It's www.mentimeter.org. www.menti.com and use that code that's listed up here. Code number 5476-3471. And as you start to get ready to use the code, please feel free, this is our opening question, to get everyone used to the platform, to responding. So please start to respond as you can, so that we know that a majority of individuals in the room have access and we're able to begin that portion. So please log in and we'll hopefully start seeing responses here. Starting to see a lot of great word clouds coming. Great, thank you. Looks like a lot of folks are able to use the platform. Effectiveness, development of legal instruments, equality, legislation. Seeing a lot of great responses here. Tools, communication, shared understanding, appropriate policies. It's great. Thank you, everyone.
And just to add, in terms of the words that are coming in, it's really interesting. Some of them, for example, that stand out, right, is, well, one, punishment was one of the ones that popped up that I think was very interesting because law is definitely one of the ways, right, that people can get punished. But when we were talking about legal preparedness, as we're kind of working on definitions or what we want to do with the tools that we're developing, it's a lot of it is about balance and the role that law can play towards balancing those different let's say principles. So for example, with liability, right, this is one of the things that was popping up. When we're talking about managing liability risk when it comes to access to vaccine, you have trying to balance, right, the need, for example, of, allowing manufacturers to create the products, right, that might be unlicensed but definitely needed during a public health emergency. But at the same time, making sure that there's an equitable approach to those tools. So that is something that just popped up that definitely, reflects a lot of the complexities of legal preparedness. Emily, I don't know if you have any other observations on that.
We're going to move on to our second question here, so we'll start to collect responses. All right, for our second question, it asks, how would you prioritize legal preparedness in supporting overall pandemic preparedness and response to enhancing global health security?
So obviously, this is one of the great things to see as we're trying to work towards promoting legal preparedness as a critical capacity. It is one of those capacities, and is a message that we're basically trying to send out today of legal preparedness being a capacity that has been neglected. and hence some of the ramifications that we'll see post-COVID-19, post the monkeypox outbreak, and any other public health emergencies that may have happened in the past or that will happen in the future, unless we're actually taking action in terms of being aware of what the legal barriers are during a health emergency response, and what we can do about it when we're talking about addressing those between emergencies and not during them. So this is definitely something that we want to make sure happens, right, as the action package, so that people do get to understand, you know, how we can prevent delays in accessing whatever it may be, you know, vaccines, therapeutics, diagnostics, PPE, et cetera.
All right, our next question is a bit of an open-ended question, so we'll give a little bit of time to respond to this and then see what key themes emerge. What challenges have you faced during COVID-19 or previous public health emergencies in terms of having sufficient legal instruments to support and enable an efficient and timely response to infectious disease threats? And this will be an open-ended question, so please feel free to share whatever you would like.
So I'll start commenting on a couple of things here that we're seeing is that, yes, a lot of times, right, when it comes to what legal preparedness can do is that if we're thinking from a preparedness angle, we can think about what is it that legal instruments need to look like in order to avoid that confusion in terms of who is in charge of what, that there is a coordinated approach across sectors, that there is awareness not just among, for example, lawyers that may be working, say, in a government, right? But also, you know, those that are non-lawyers. So that is one of the things that the Legal Preparedness Action Package is trying to do is that we want to reach out. We want to make sure that we're sending the message not only to, you know, lawyers, but also non-lawyers and across sectors. And that speaks to, there was one up above, there's, that was very similar, but yes, lack of knowledge, right? Like lack of understanding of what is needed from the legal perspective in order to ensure that these other public health capacities are able to be activated, essentially, when the time comes. Lots of access situations, right, that can happen, a lot of challenges to that. Exactly, and it speaks to a lot of the infrastructure, the legal infrastructure that needs to be in place in order to support, for example, the health systems all around. And there's an interesting one here that I'll point out, the political aspects of it. So when is it that we turn to law, right? It's whenever we're in trouble, right? So if there are legal instruments in place, it is a way to ensure that whenever there is a crisis, that we can say, this is what the law says, and this is why I'm in charge. Or it can prevent certain situations where, for example, you know, for political reasons, you know, one government may act in a different way or whatnot. But by having a legal infrastructure in place, then you minimize the risk of, let's say, of things going not necessarily the right way when it comes to protecting, you know, a population during a health emergency. And here I see another one on unskilled workforce, for example, and that is, as we said, capacity building is one of the work streams for the action package. And one of the challenges, right, is to how can we train? How can we help train those that are relevant, right, that may be in governments, but even outside of the government sector in terms of legal preparedness? Because there was certainly a lack of expertise that definitely, emerged to light, let's say, in terms of, people that may not necessarily look at it from that perspective, that could have potentially prevented a lot of the challenges that we see from the legal perspective during health emergencies.
And I think I would also just highlight, before we move on to this next question, there was many responses in terms of potential lack of authority to act or to have some kind, the right jurisdiction for various actions. And so, one of the things that many of our panelists highlighted here, right, was really thinking about your legal instruments, testing them, and knowing what potential gaps there might be. And some of that is the process of building that legal preparedness that we're seeking here collectively. So our next question, I see many of you have already started to respond, which is great. Has your country recently completed legal mapping of your legal instruments that support overall pandemic preparedness and response?
So based on the numbers that we're seeing there, it's definitely clear. I think it confirms that there's much work to do, essentially, of supporting countries, as much as possible in terms of really understanding what is it, right, that they have in terms of their legal instruments.
Great. All right, next question. Similar theme, but it will be really great to gather this information. Has your country recently amended public health instruments in response to COVID-19? I think we can already see, I think, some of what this is showing us, right, was the scale and magnitude, right, of the pandemic and our ability, legal instruments, to be able to respond or allow us to respond in the way we needed due to the scale of the pandemic and the new challenges we were faced collectively all around the world. We really see that this is something that is a critical capacity for all of us in terms of not just legal preparedness, but really enhancing our collective global health security.
And one of the questions that this raises, right, is that there we're seeing 66% right now, at least, in terms of the countries that have changed their laws in some way as a response to COVID-19. But the question is, to what extent are they effective as they are revised? That might be something, to think about. So one of the things that we have definitely learned is that during COVID-19, with the liability issues that came up when it comes to the procurement of vaccines, et cetera, a lot of countries had to institute, legislation or revise their legislation in order to allow for legal protections. And so one of the follow-up questions is, to what extent are these legal instruments, have they been revised from a legal preparedness standpoint versus just a reaction in order to ensure that, for example, vaccines were procured, in a timely manner, et cetera.
Okay. So for the next part, we're going to give you a little bit of time to complete this. What we are asking you to do is to please rank the following areas of focus from 1 to 8. 1 being the lowest priority and 8 being the highest priority. You will be able to choose a number 1 through 8 for each category. Please note that, as we noted at your tables, you also have a longer version of that outline along with the ranking sheet. Many of you should have that at your table. But please feel free to just look up here and see kind of the lowest to the highest priority and provide that ranking. This also helps us as we finalize that legal preparedness framework guide that we noted during the presentation. It gives us an understanding of the kind of collective prioritization of these critical topics when we think about enhancing our legal preparedness. And we'll give you a few moments to review the materials at your seat, as well as to begin the process of ranking. And if anyone else does need materials of the outline, please do feel free to raise your hand and my colleague will bring some by. I think one pattern we're already seeing emerge is sort of in terms of prioritization, that there are so many issues we can clearly see in terms of ranking and overall that I think a couple of our panelists noted that during the discussion, that it's not just one issue, it's not just one piece or potentially even just one piece, legal instrument or piece of legislation. It's multifaceted, multi-sectoral. It takes a all of government and as well as other sector approach to ensure our collective legal preparedness. And I think if anything, this ranking is kind of highlighting that importance across so many critical areas for legal preparedness.
So one of the things that, as Emily was saying, that stands out from this is just how a lot of issues need to be tackled that have the same importance. And so here we're seeing a reflection of the need, again, of a legal kind of infrastructure or system, laws that actually speak to one another. All this needs to be coordinated. And it is just so clear that when it comes to health emergencies, it's such a complex situation that it requires a complex solution. So in terms of when it is, important to start, is to start as soon as possible, essentially, of trying to do, as we were saying, sort of that very first step of legal mapping and definitely, a shout out, I think, to our Thai colleagues in terms of taking on, that exercise that they spoke about and really trying to understand what are the gaps and what can be fulfilled, and definitely using the international tools that are available, like the Joint External Evaluation new edition that is, much more specific in terms of what is required for legal preparedness than it used to be in previous editions.
Great. And we'll just give everyone else just a little bit more time, I think, to either prioritize, but also to review at your seats that outline that has sort of a more comprehensive listing of these areas of focus and what is contained, in case that either changes your prioritization or provides you that more awareness on what the different areas will cover, as well as those characteristics of law. So we'll pause here just a few more minutes and let everyone continue to review, and then we'll move on to the next question. And Anna, if there's anything else you'd like to share in the interim, please feel free.
Just because we're waiting here, one of the things that has definitely it's up there. It's the very first one, just in terms of IHR coordination and facilitation of multi-sectoral response. And one of the challenges, at least, I've seen through the work that I've done, is just that need for strengthening IHR national focal points. They can play an important role in terms of bringing sectors together, coordinating, facilitating the coordination of activities for the implementation of the international health regulations. And however, IHR national focal points have faced a real challenge in terms of not necessarily having legal authorities or legal instruments that support the activities, that outline the role that they play on paper, on a legal instrument, so that they can do the work that they should be doing, that they remain functional, that they are funded, and it goes a bit into some of the financing, issues, that is up there in terms of the importance of ensuring that national focal points do have the support that they need in order to achieve what they were intended to achieve.
Right, over to our next question. What barriers or challenges exist within your country in terms of activities to advance legal preparedness? We'll give you a bit of time to respond, as it is open-ended, and then we'll kind of go through key themes and categories here.
I can start commenting maybe on a couple that have come in, and also maybe expand a little bit more as to why the global health security agenda, in terms of starting this global initiative on legal preparedness. There's awareness, right, and also politicians that come up, and one of the benefits of GHSA is the fact that you have a technical arm to GHSA, but you also have the political arm to GHSA. So if there are ministers, for example, here, or vice ministers who are here, this is an opportunity. You're seeing it, now. This is an opportunity to raise very important technical issues that maybe are being advanced by the action packages, and that we can raise it to the sort of the political level, right? So that action can be taken at that level in order to ensure that the awareness is being raised there as well. Yeah, I'm seeing the whole of government approach as one of the many, one of the challenges that definitely can be cited, on how legal preparedness can actually help with the coordination so that takes place. Again, advocacy, awareness. There's a funding issue, right, exactly.
And I think Anna highlighted this as well, but one of the responses we're seeing too is a potential lack of human resource or human resource capacity in this area. I think that's one area that collectively all around the world it is a growing area to think about the role of legal preparedness and also to think about that interplay between public health law and our sort of traditional public health technical components of our infectious disease response. And so one of the goals that we are hoping to achieve collectively here through the action package is to build up those tools and resources and that capacity to be able to take these types of initiative further so that we collectively as members and as part of our global community can work together to ensure that we are enhancing that capacity in every country all around the world. That is definitely a collective struggle here. I think we're seeing some interesting pieces too of how, although we're talking about legal instruments and something that essentially is black and white and on a piece of paper, there are other pieces that weigh into that as well, right? That have those varying outcomes of whether or not we're really able to achieve that sustainability. We're seeing things like political will, financial either stability or political support, politics, lack of political will, instability, seeing many of these key areas and themes represented through so many of your responses here.
And yes, it can be a tedious process, but it is a great investment.
Any other additions before we close out for this section? We're also seeing that sustainability, right? Building those that sustainable infrastructure, bureaucracy, cross-sectoral collaboration, and time. I think Anna highlighted that as well, but that is a major challenge that can't be overlooked, is that this process does take time. However, I think that there's a great kind of return on investment for being able to think about sustainability, as we noted, that our legal instruments have been tested, and we understand what exists and what's been tested and how they work prior to that public health emergency response, so that we're able to act swiftly and quickly in response to whatever threat may emerge. Right, we'll give everyone just another few minutes here, and then a few seconds here, sorry, and then we'll go to the next question. We'll just scroll through just so everyone can see kind of the variety of responses. Great. So our next question, which I think is particularly helpful to the leadership as well as to all of the members of the Legal Preparedness Action Package, is what additional tools or processes still need to be in place to support enhanced legal preparedness? And please feel free to select all that apply.
So as answers are coming in, maybe we can expand a little bit on some of them in terms of what the action package is doing, or at least considering in doing. So obviously we've already talked about the need for training, right? Training of lawyers, but training also of non-lawyers. That is obviously one of the things that we want to do through the capacity building work stream. Definitely multi-sectoral stakeholder engagement. That is where our outreach and advocacy work stream comes in. So it's about bringing countries in, bringing organizations in, making sure that everyone has the opportunity to exchange information through events like these, for example. We've already held in person. We went to the 2022 Global Health Security Conference and had a workshop there. legal mapping, and also liability risk management and equity. As you can see, there's also policy briefs. These are intended to be very short, kind of 101, so very introductory kind of to issues, right? Because as we're thinking about legal preparedness, many people may not necessarily understand all the different aspects of it. So it's an opportunity to basically give a very, brief outline of what that particular issue might be. We were talking about legal framework guide that Emily went into in the previous presentation. And then there's this idea that we might be exploring, we'll likely explore, the simulation exercises. So the simulation exercises that we want to do with our members are intended basically to test out some of the things that we are developing through the legal framework guide, for example. This is an opportunity for our members to be able to test, in this case would be, the different legal instruments that they may have when it comes to specific areas. That is something that the action package definitely wants to do, and also promote, obviously, the use of that. A lot of countries may not necessarily test out, their legal instruments in their national, exercises necessarily. And the development of and participation in expert networks. Again, one of the things that was definitely lacking during the COVID-19 pandemic was just access to experts. And one of the things that the action package is trying to do is create that global network so that if needed, countries will be able to actually leverage that network in order to either, between emergencies, build capacity, and during emergencies, actually support a response. So we can see more or less, it seems from the, that all these tools will be helpful. So definitely a lot of work to be done.
Great, okay, we'll go on to our next question. As we briefly highlighted and noted with the prioritization exercise, our question here is, how would you see your country using the Legal Preparedness Framework Guide? It's multiple choice, so please do feel free to select all that apply.
So I'll comment on one thing here in terms of information sharing. There's more towards the development of the legal framework guide. You saw the different questions, right? The type of questions that are included in the coding work that that we've been doing that will inform the development of the legal framework guide. And it has that process itself, using the experts that we have in the action package. That process itself has allowed that information sharing. So we're not talking about just the outcome, right? So once the framework guide is there and all that, but it's actually the process itself. So being part of the action package can also allow that as we're developing those tools, this is allowing information exchange basically among our members in order to really analyze each of those areas. What is it that is needed? What is it that, how should we frame this question? How complex? Are we talking about, all the different situations? That is one of the challenges, right? It's sort of like, are we drafting the questions that we're drafting in a way that allows for application in the context of that particular country, for example?
Yeah, and I'll pick up on that from what Anna is noting. I think, that country-specific context is critical. Well, one of the goals is really to think about that common understanding in a way that it can be applied in a country-specific context. So understanding what we collectively can do to enhance our legal preparedness, but then ensuring that those tools, that the additional materials, that our expert networks and the way that we are organizing these activities are geared in a way that values each country's components, the specificity and the specifics of each country context in terms of their legal system, political system, et cetera, to really be able to share with one another what legal preparedness means and how we can work together. We heard from each of our panelists earlier today varying differences, right, in terms of what legal preparedness means to them, about their experiences and their expertise with enhancing their own legal preparedness, and that's what we seek to build here together. Okay, so for our last question here, we're just going to be able to see here as facilitators, we'd like you to think about what opportunities you'd like to see in order to help advance legal preparedness activities collectively. So after seeing the panelists speak, after hearing the different prioritization and ranking list, please feel free to share your thoughts in terms of what opportunities or additional opportunities you would like to see in order to help advance legal preparedness activities collectively. You've all gone quiet, I see, or is maybe not working? Is it allowing you to enter? It is, yes? No? There we go, okay.
So we can start maybe with some of the questions that are up there in terms of, opportunities for low-income countries. It's kind of tied also to potentially, this question that's in bigger letters. Again, what we notice though, let's start with one of the main goals for the action package is to be able to be leveraged, right? So we are working with some of our partners to identify ways that where our training materials, hopefully, capacity building, like actual, on the ground capacity building can happen within countries that are actually seeking that level of support. That is why the capacity building workstream is there and why we're actually establishing a capacity building sub-working group. We are working hard in order to identify these areas because all these tools don't necessarily mean anything unless they're actually implemented, unless they're actually being used by the countries. So our hope is that these tools will be out there for your, in speaking to the countries, for your use. And in terms of the, what are the multilateral venues that are out there, one of the reasons why we stood up the action package was mainly because there wasn't necessarily one that actually brought all these key players around legal preparedness to work together and actually get that, the message out, to bring awareness, to amplify a lot of the tools that maybe they had already developed, for example, right? So if you can think of the action package when it comes to existing tools, the action package is trying to also disseminate as much as possible, around the world, the tools that our members have been developing even on their own and not necessarily within the action package. And you should see in the tables the postcard. So you can visit actually our website. There's a lot of materials that will be put there. We're the newest action package in GHSA, and this is, but we are working really hard in order to develop the materials, get that access as much as possible, as soon as possible. So definitely, encourage you to visit and take a look at the materials that we have so far. There are a lot of questions that are... Right, and then, again, sort of that's the hope. And one of the things that we're doing is not just sort of in-person meetings, but for example, we hold webinars on this so that information exchange happens, so that we are highlighting country experiences. Most recently, we did one in October. It was a two-part webinar series on liability risk management that was based off what we had done as a workshop in the Global Health Security Conference. And that the center guidelines for mapping, that is what we're trying to do with the legal framework guide. We always say that this tool was needed yesterday, so that's the hope. And also, one of the things that we're hoping is that no matter what the global health security architecture looks like, what initiatives might be out there, that the action package can actually plug into whatever is needed, in terms of implementation or anything like that.
And I will note all of these responses are being recorded, so your input was incredibly valuable to us as the Legal Preparedness Action Package and the work that we will take forward. So we really appreciate you being willing to share your expertise, to share your perspectives in this interactive forum. I wish that we could individually hear all of the collective voices and representatives here, but we do appreciate you being willing to work with us in this interactive platform to really gather as many perspectives as possible on these critical issues. So with that, we'll give about 1 more minute if anyone else would like to share anything else that you want recorded. And we'll go ahead. I'm going to switch back to our slides so we can go to our closing speaker here and our concluding remarks. All right. Once again, I'd like to thank all of our panelists and all of our participants here in the room for sharing your expertise, your feedback, your questions, and information with us to help us all enhance our legal preparedness. As Anna noted, this is a new action package. We welcome participants, new members. Please do not hesitate to contact us through our GHSA Secretariat if you'd like to join. There's information. You'll see these cards on your desk in front of you. Please do not hesitate to ask us if you have any questions, if you'd like to reach out and discuss anything further. We're more than happy to hear from you and to hear what you'd like to bring to the table in terms of activities, efforts, and especially your participation. So once again, let's give a round of applause for our panelists. And you have all met her before on our panel, but I will now turn it over to Ms. Carla Moretti to provide the closing remarks on behalf of the Legal Preparedness Action Package. Carla, over to you for the concluding remarks. You would prefer a microphone, or you can come up here? Yeah, that'd be great.
Hello again. Okay, thank you, Emily. Thank you, Anna, for the presentation. For us, for Argentina, it was an extremely interesting experience to be part of this action package and to work on this all of the year. So we encourage to join us. Please do it because it's very important. It's important for all our countries to try to strengthen this important capacity in global health. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
And now I will turn it over to our hosts and our Master of Ceremonies to conclude this expert forum. Thank you all again for your wonderful participation. We appreciate you very much and look forward to further discussions on legal preparedness. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that in-depth discussion. This brings us to the end of Expert Forum 2, Legal Preparedness Action Package. And before we conclude the session, we'd like to invite our panelists once again onto the stage to have a group photo. Please come up to the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining this session. And we will soon begin Expert Forum 3 shortly. And we'd like to have a short coffee break. Coffee and some refreshments are placed in the lobby. So please enjoy it, and we will soon begin our third forum. Thank you very much for your participation. And now we would like to have our panelists onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you for joining us at the 2022 GHSA. And now we will start Expert Forum 3 under the title of Sustainable Financing Action Package. And under the theme of domestic resource mobilization for health security in the COVID-19 era, we'll now have a meaningful discussion in this session. And ladies and gentlemen, to start off this session, now please allow me to invite Ms. Andrea Palm, the Deputy Secretary of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, for her opening remarks. Please join me in welcoming her onto the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of this working group, I want to welcome you all here today. To the government of Korea, thank you again for your hospitality and the opportunity to discuss the ongoing work of the Sustainable Financing for Preparedness Action Package. And thank you to our panelists for taking the time to share your country's perspective and on what I believe is a very critical issue as we collectively look to recover from the current COVID-19 pandemic and prepare for future public health threats. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown us the significant and tragic costs of being underprepared for outbreaks. It underscores how important it is to avoid the cycle of panic and neglect that often characterizes the international community's response to pandemics and epidemics. And it highlights the unsustainable nature of how public health preparedness is financed today. The United States applauds the ongoing global efforts to establish a global financing mechanism and governance process for preparedness. These efforts must recognize and address the varying needs of different countries to be truly effective. In addition, countries must also be able to marshal their own domestic resources to make these investments. As we look to recover and prepare for the next crisis, countries must develop targeted and sustained financing mechanisms to improve the resilience, capacity, and response capabilities of their public health systems. In addition to saving lives, we know it is far more cost-effective to finance preparedness investments than to fund an unplanned and unprepared response. The Sustainable Financing for Preparedness Action Package is designed to provide guidance and direction to do just that. This group was launched in 2019 to develop a strategic approach for mobilizing global, regional, and country-level resources to achieve sustainable financing for preparedness. We engaged a diverse group of stakeholders from different regions, income levels, and sectors to take coordinated action, contribute to existing efforts and tools, and galvanize high-level support. To date, the action package has developed a landscape of existing efforts and resources for preparedness financing, collected successful country practices, tools, and lessons learned for mobilizing resources, analyzed the gaps and various recommendations in preparedness financing that surfaced with the COVID-19 pandemic, contributed to revisions of the financing indicator in the third edition of the Joint External Evaluation Tool and WHO Benchmarks Library. And finally, we've hosted multiple GSA-wide roundtable events to share country-level perspectives on financing preparedness to inform our global efforts. Before we leave here today, I hope this session will give us better insight into how GHSA countries, particularly low and middle income countries, are deploying strategies to advocate for and raise additional domestic resources for preparedness. Looking forward, this action package will take several steps to continue supporting our partners. We will pilot projects with countries interested in legal and political mapping to identify where opportunities exist to advocate for budgetary resources towards preparedness. and we will look to support new initiatives that contribute to the evolving global health architecture, such as the newly established Pandemic Fund, which our U.S. Treasury colleagues will discuss in more detail at their side event tomorrow. We've made progress, but I know there is more work to do. Ending the decades-long habit of sporadic and cyclical funding for public health preparedness will not be easy. Identifying and deploying limited domestic resources will certainly be challenging. But I'm confident that through global cooperation and coordination, we can put ourselves in a better position to prepare for the next public health emergency. Thank you again, and I will pass the mic now, I think, to Robin Davies for his remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you, Ms. Palm, for opening up this session, and thank you very much for your support. And next up, we will have a keynote speech, and this time we're joined by Mr. Juan Babalodibe, Global Director of Health, Nutrition, and Population and Global Financing Facility at the World Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
So good afternoon to everybody, and thanks so much for being here in the end of this very important day. As we present the slides, let me advance with the introduction. We've been following countries and how their health spending has been behaving prior to the COVID pandemic, throughout it, and how the projections look afterwards. And what we want to share here is how that double shock that COVID brought in such a different way throughout different countries will also, in a way, force a double and divergent resilient recovery unless certain actions are taken. As we all know, after the shock of COVID-19, there has been a series of harsh events which are making the macroeconomic policies even harder and throwing development back. We're talking about inflation brought to a certain extent because of massive fiscal stimulus interventions, of course, the invasion of Ukraine with all what it has implied, the increase in interest rates, the debt levels, etc. So all of these elements are coming together again to make the fiscal scenario ahead of us more difficult in most of our countries. In this presentation, what we want to cover in 10 slides, basically, is one, to provide you all with an overview of the economic prospects, in particular, of lower and middle-income countries. A second objective is to demonstrate what those projections imply for health spending. And third and last, share some ideas from the World Bank perspective at what can and needs to be done in order to improve that scenario.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for that inconvenience. We have a little bit of a technical issue, so please wait until we solve the problem. I think now we're back to our presentation. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him once again with a big round of applause.
Can we move the following slide, please? Let me see if this works. Yeah, okay, perfect. So very quickly, here what you see is the economic recovery from these multiple global shocks, which, as I was saying in the introduction, is uneven. And it's uneven, as you can see on the left side of the graphs, especially for low and middle-income countries, where the projections of such economic recovery diverge with what was their projection before the COVID pandemic. In contrast, and you can see it also on the graph on the left and the lower side, high-income countries will mostly recuperate that tendency and catch up in their capacity to grow and recover after these multiple shocks. On the right side, you can see that among low and middle-income countries, not only the recovery is much more difficult or just doesn't happen, but there's also a lot of uneven behaviors. And there's going to be an important number of countries which will not be able to reach pre-COVID-19 economic growth levels before 2027. And this is a very difficult situation. Why? Because this has a very important impact on the country's capacities to build public investments. Here again, we could classify all the countries studied in three major groups. There's a group on the left side where, again, you will see that some countries will be able to maintain their economic growth after dent with the COVID pandemic. Those are, in a way, well-served countries for the needs ahead. However, there's two groups of deep concern. One where that recovery stagnates, basically doesn't occur, and then the last group where there's a contraction, and these countries, and we're talking here out of 72 countries analyzed, they are going to be having government per capita spending much lower than what they had before the COVID pandemic. What are the implications of these projections of economic growth and projected public expenditure and health? So what does this fiscal outlook mean for health spending? In short, spending on health is likely to fall short of pre-COVID trends in many of our countries. You can see on the left side here how in those countries with contraction of fiscal space, the per capita spending in 2027 will be far below what it used to be in 2019. Even more, if we projected the scenario where they would have been in 2027 if COVID had not struck, we would have seen almost a 50% drop in government spending in the health sector, again, compared to pre-COVID. So it's a huge gap for a very important number of countries. What could be done? Countries could, of course, reprioritize health, and that's what the second part of this conference is about. But how much do they need to reprioritize health to avoid, let's say, this backstepping in the public health expenditures in their countries? It varies. It varies from 1.2 percentage points for those countries with expansions of their economies that we saw in the first slide, but it goes all the way to 7.4 percentage points of increment of the public health spending in health vis-a-vis other sectors in those countries with contracting economic recovery. This is extremely difficult. These are unprecedented increases for a sector like the health sector. It's going to be very difficult for countries to take those decisions vis-a-vis other challenges. At the same time, we know that the needs in health systems have just increased. So while the economy is backstepping and the public health expenditures are being reduced, the needs are increased. We are here in the GHSA talking about the importance of PPR and better prevention for future pandemics. A very, very strong case for our health systems, but at the same time, our systems need to regain the losses in advancing to universal health coverage, and they also need to again bring back essential services that have been disrupted throughout the pandemic. And if you look across sectors, you will see needs for social protection programs, you will need money for employment, you will see the education losses and the need to regain education learning. You will need resources to address the adaptation and mitigation to climate change, and we could go on. So again, a very difficult juncture for this reprioritization of the health spending that is much needed. Let me just bring the PPR, the Pandemic Prevention, Preparedness and Response, as an example. You can see here on the left that even for the calculations that have been done for low and middle income countries and spending an average of $1.5 per capita a year on PPR as the minimum level, we would have almost half of the 72 countries not being able to reach in their public health spending projections that baseline of PPR investments. On the right side, you see that more than half of the countries, and this is WHO data, have at the moment of this baseline, essential services disrupted that also need to come back. What can be done? The first message on looking forward and confronting this scenario has to do with strengthening something that we already know, and it's the case of treating health not as an expenditure, but as an investment. And this has to be a conversation with the Ministries of Finance and Economy and the Ministries of Health on the importance of addressing, of course, health for future economic returns and also for public goods, as we are seeing with the pandemic discussion. But more action is needed. And there are 4 areas of intervention where governments can put a lot of their decision-making capacity in order to address this difficult situation. One of them has to do with increasing, of course, the share of government spending in health. A second one has to do with this continuous struggle to improve efficiency and equity on our health spending. A third one has to do with managing times of austerity, protecting priority spending, underinvesting in other things which are not such a priority to leave more space for the more essential services. And finally, also a contribution in trying to expand fiscal space, in particular with what we call the health taxes, which many of the countries here are already advancing or have in place. Just to conclude, I want to tell a little bit of what the bank is doing, in particular in supporting the Pandemic Preparedness, Prevention and Response agenda, which is so important within these, again, economic projections and fiscal space scenarios. And here, the World Bank is working in 3 different levels. One is on the financing aspects of PPR and the support to countries, to regions, and globally, where we have the IDA 20 commitments, we have very important trust funds, and as the Deputy Secretary just said, we now count globally with the Pandemic Fund and its capacity to mobilize catalytic additional resources for strengthening pandemic preparedness and response globally. Second, we're strengthening engagements and partnerships, doing the advocacy and the collaboration that this morning was brought to our attention. And within that, with a particular focus on regional initiatives, as was mentioned by the director of the Africa CDC as a critical lesson learned from the COVID pandemic in these last years. And finally, also producing and sharing knowledge, data, and policy discussions that help us advance the PPR agenda. In sum, let me conclude with the following basic messages. We are facing unprecedented challenges in this post-COVID era. Uneven economic recovery is happening. This will affect public spending. The affected public spending will affect public health spending at a time where needs have increased, such as PPR, essential services, universal health coverage, and human capital. Political decisions and strong leadership will be needed to try to reprioritize as possible health with equity and efficiency, and we will all need to strengthen our capacity to collaborate and work together around these agenda items where PPR, stronger public health functions, a primary health care network in our systems, and progressing towards universal health care will be our agenda. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Juan Favalodibe, for sharing your knowledge and insight for a safer, healthier, and of course, more equitable world. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin a panel discussion. And now, please allow me to introduce our moderator for this session. Today, we're joined by Mr. Robin Davis, the First Assistant Secretary at Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Australia. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our moderator with a big round of applause.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be moderating this discussion. The Australian government has been quite strongly engaged in the work of the Sustainable Financing Action Package, and we've also worked very closely with the World Bank on some of the underlying evidence base that health ministries need when they speak to their finance ministries about financing gaps and about priority setting and accounting for expenditure. So without further ado, I'll address our three panelists today. First from Indonesia, Pak Benanza Tehutu, who is the head of the Centre for Global Health Policy and Health Technology. He will be followed by Alethea de Guzman, who is Director of the Epidemiology Bureau in the Department of Health in the Philippines. And then our third speaker will be Dr. Priscilla Ibekwe, who is Director, Special Duties and Partnerships in the Nigerian Centre for Disease Control. So first, Pak Benanza.
Thank you very much, Pak Robin, for the introductions. Good afternoon, everyone. Ms. Andrea Palm, Mr. Juan Pablo, colleagues, good afternoon, good morning, and good evening. I assume that some of the audience also see it from the internet. So let me discuss about the Indonesian's effort for increasing domestic resources mobilization for health. Due to COVID-19 response, as many other countries also experience, yes, there is a gap in financing, but finance for health is increasing. Back in 2021, we have almost 254 trillion Indonesian rupiah budget allocations to the Ministry of Health. The biggest budget allocation that we received in the history of Indonesian Ministry of Health. And it's due to the pandemic, to the effort to prepare response and also recovery from the pandemic. Somebody can help me to now, the President mandates three things to the Minister of Health, Minister Budi, and the Ministry of Health of Indonesia. Rapidly execute vaccinations of COVID-19. And thanks to the collaboration that we have from partners around the globe, we have 450 million vaccines jabbed to the Indonesians' arms. And the second mandate is to overcome the pandemic. And you see from the experience we have, including from the past couple of weeks of hosting the G20, we are in the stage of a good economic recovery to overcome the pandemic. And due to that impact, as I mentioned, we receive the biggest allocations of funding. The question is from the presidents is we have to have a good health system. The last task that the president asked to the Minister of Health of Indonesia is to conduct a reform of the health system in Indonesia. Now, we have 6 pillars of transformations of healthcare system in Indonesia. First, learning from the experience, we have to have a good investment in primary healthcare. So transformations in primary healthcare, the first pillar. Second pillar is secondary care transformations. The third pillar is the health system resilience transformations. And the fourth pillar that I'm going to discuss further is the health financing transformations. The fifth pillar is about the personnel, the health talent transformations, and the sixth pillar is about the health technology transformations. Some discussions also happen throughout these 3 days discussions of the global health security agenda. So in the health financing, what we are doing is to implement and to ensure the adequate, equitable, and effective and efficient financing by accelerating the Indonesian health account production, health technology assessment, and annual review tariff and health financing consolidations. And if you see, healthcare costs continue to rise higher than economic growth. Something that most governments also pay attention to. More and more people invest a lot to health, and also the Ministry of Health has to use the allocations budget. Government budget is not unlimited, so we have to have better preparations. Therefore, with the agenda of health transformations, we as much as possible to utilize the existing budget for a better health care delivery in the countries. Now, at the current stage, with 120 US dollar per capita of expenditure for health, Indonesia has 71.3 years life expectancy. I think Malaysia is around health expenditure per capita is around 420 US dollar that has 73 years life expectancy. So more and more populations intends to invest more in the health sector. Therefore, this is something that we also pay closely on how to invest a lot. And if we have a good, efficient healthcare system, if we want to increase from 71, for example, to 73 life expectancy compared to Malaysia, for example, there are 200 or 300 investment per capita, and times 270 million populations is a big amount of investment, and it's a big amount of the opportunity. So this is something that we also would like to bring or highlight to colleagues around the room. Now, of course, we also do what we call it reprograms the existing budget by refocusing and reallocating the budget to priority responding to the pandemic, but also not only in the short-term period, but also long-term period. Therefore, we conduct the healthcare transformations. Now, given the fiscal constraint, as Juan Pablo mentioned earlier, we do also do the mobilizations of domestic resources and conduct innovative in health financing. For examples like health taxes, and also involve various resources of fund through public-private partnership. Now, benefiting from the health taxes, such as tobacco, alcohol, salt, sugar, and beverages, to increase fiscal space to health. Now, we also use that to reallocate the budget to the provinces and districts that produce such commodity. Now, and then those regions must allocate at least 40% to the health sector, provides health services, health facilities, sanitation, and etc., etc. And now on public-private partnership, cooperations promotes the entire healthcare ecosystem, especially the healthcare supply side by providing health facilities or infrastructure and safe, effective, and affordable pharmaceutical products, medical devices, and vaccines. The public-private partnership is key in our transformations of health, because we believe that together we can build a stronger and healthier Indonesia. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
A good day. Let me first thank everyone for the opportunity to present and share the Philippines' experience and learnings on behalf of our minister. The Philippines' national health budget mainly comes from its general appropriations, with a large proportion of our universal healthcare activities being funded by excise taxes from what we call sin products. There's also provision in the law wherein 5% of our budget from national down to local levels should be allocated for disaster risk preparedness and response. Our budget is also supported by development partners in private sector. And in terms of financing for clinical services, we have a national health insurance program. However, this is quite limited in really reducing the out-of-pocket expenses of our patients. The Philippine health system is devolved. That means that our local government units have the autonomy to create ways for them to earn and also how they will use their budget. But much like in any public health emergency, we see them looking onto the national government to augment their financing so that they can better respond to these emergencies. I'd like to point out that during the COVID-19 pandemic, we were actually not just challenged by limited funding, but actually how to access or to use the funds available to us because of funding and procurement processes that have actually led to delays in our procurement, our inability to engage outside experts or outsource services that are not available at the Department of Health. It also limited our capacity to procure new technologies that are relatively more expensive than what we are used to. Vaccine procurement, as well as procurement of new devices and therapeutics, are actually required by law to be reviewed not just by our Food and Drug Administration, but our Health Technology Assessment Council to ensure not just safety and effectiveness, but also efficiency in using these new technologies. I'd like to comment last that, as mentioned, our insurance, our national health insurance, only covered a small proportion of hospital costs. And we also experienced further delays in reimbursing our hospitals and health facilities of their expenses. And lastly, there were also delays in issuance of new COVID-19 benefit packages, and all of these have actually led to higher out-of-pocket expenses. But having gone through this pandemic, we've learned that number one, we need to rethink how our current financial and procurement policies can be more responsive to enable more timely and appropriate interventions. Also, how our regulatory policies should balance safety and effectivity to ensure quick deployment of services as well as new solutions. How can reserve government funds be more easily accessed and also shared to local government units? And also having or preparing technical and funding assistance framework that will actually guide and facilitate private sector and donors who wish to provide support to government. There's also a need for us to streamline processes that will fast-track insurance payments and development of new benefit packages, and also maybe expanding our perspective of what health financing is, so that it also takes into consideration economic costs of public health emergencies, such as stipends for those affected and who had to be quarantined and tested and isolated. Those who are actually affected, the populations who were affected by this pandemic, our frontline workers who had to have risk benefits as they deal and they provided additional services during the pandemic, and also incentives for employers and institutions so that they will be more cooperative to government actions. Let me end this by saying that the pandemic has actually taught us that what we need to invest most is universal health care so that it can ensure for us a pandemic, public emergency resilient health system. So with that, again, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. I'll start by thanking the organizers for the opportunity to share the Nigerian experience. To say that in Nigeria, we have the Federal Ministry of Health working alongside the different parastatals, the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency that works on our primary healthcare systems, and also other research institutes that come under Ministry of Health. So collectively, we work towards, because when you strengthen the primary healthcare system, just like my colleagues have said, and push for universal healthcare coverage, you actually are strengthening the system to be able to respond. So the role of a national public health institute is very vital and has been seen in the case of Nigeria as backed by the Federal Ministry of Health. And some of the things that we have done, it's a new organization that was backed by law only in 2018. So being thrown into the deep end, like 2 years later? No, 1 year, to be honest, because it's November 2018 that we got our act signed in, and then January we have COVID. So, but we lived up to the challenge. So what did we do, or what have we done over the years? We have really used the international health regulations, instruments, and done things like the JEE, Joint External Evaluations, in 2017 and 2019. We did a midterm. Having got a baseline in 2017, we recognized the areas that were not scoring quite high. We had a JEE of 39 in 2017, recognized the gaps, and used that as a resource mobilization tool. What did we do with the JEE? We developed the National Action Plan for Health Security, and it's a multi-sectoral plan. Not only was it developed, it was costed. And with that, we're able to, with our partners, remember it's One Health, a whole society approach, all areas were covered, and we're working alongside the Federal Ministry of Finance. So there was increasing investment in health security, and this is very important for us. Not only in pandemic preparedness, Nigeria experiences a lot of outbreaks of infectious diseases. For example, just last year, we had cholera, about 63,000 people, over 63,000 people affected by cholera, and over 3,000 deaths. We had meningitis in 2016-17, over 10,000 people, 1,000 deaths. And Lassa fever, which is endemic. Not only do these happen, sometimes they're happening concurrently. So while we are preparing even for the pandemic, even responding, we also have some of these outbreaks going on. Now, the investments in health, that some of the funds that that had been given, by the midterm, we could demonstrate some change. So I emphasize this, it's not only to get the funds, but also to demonstrate change, and it makes it easier to go back to the Ministry of Finance. In 2019, we did another JEE, and it increased to 46. So for example, in terms of detection, we moved from 50 to 58, for response from 33 to 46. And we push for the investment in health to be One Health, working on the health sector, the human sector, health, animal, and the environment. And we have also done a resource mapping. So donations, donors, and fundings in the different places. And where we recognize that certain areas are not well funded, then we are also having that discussion. A key thing that happened in Nigeria was the development of the National Risk Register. And Federal Ministry of Health was there with NCDC to ensure that at least pandemic as a risk was in the National Risk Register. And that's important, so that when things happen like it did, the evidence was already there. We had already recognized this, and pushing for funding became much easier. Now, in terms of domestic resourcing, what have we done, or what could we do? Meaningful engagement with the Federal Ministry of Finance, not only at the national level, but also at the subnational level, and making sure that there's a mutual participation in preparedness plans. So we make sure that even at the state level, the Director of Finance in the ministry is also at the subnational level, is part of this engagement. And we push for more increase in funding. So for example, we had the basic healthcare provision fund, a fund for increasing our commitment towards universal health coverage. And we had a proportion of that for public health emergency. Not only that, not only are we doing JE at the national level, we are also doing JE at the subnational level. So at the subnational level, the legislation is also pushing for appropriation. Now, in Nigeria during the COVID-19, there was the legislative arm actually worked hard to increase the funding. So we had the COVID-19 Intervention Fund, not only in appropriating, releasing, and accounting. So, for example, one of the times they wanted to go for an oversight function at one of the treatment centers, and when they realized that the funding that was appropriated had not been released, they lent a voice. It's so important that your parliamentarians are part of this journey. We've also done a lot in terms of sharing our experience with the private sector. We launched a program called Alliance for Epidemic Preparedness and Response, just as it was about to take off really, then the COVID came. But then the business community formed a coalition of a coalition for COVID, and they came out quite strong. Not only that, the small, medium enterprises also did a lot of donation. So it's not only when you have the funding, a lot of the donations that come from the SMEs all count to your support. The telcos were fantastic for us also in sharing information, funding the communication center for health. And so another point we did was the partnership that the World Bank has just talked about. We strengthened our collaborations, one with African, CDC, the WAHO, and the ECOWAS, and leveraged on every platform to help us in our procurement or training or technical support. So partnership is key. And also in Nigeria, we've also leveraged with our donors and development partners, one in the advocacy role to lend a voice, providing technical support. So for example, during the COVID, the UN system came together and provided the UN basket of funds. So it was easier, and they leveraged on the comparative advantage of each UN system. So for example, you need UNICEF in its logistics or risk communication, we could leverage on that. So in concluding, I would say that you need to always, whatever funds you get, you have to show accountability in terms of the use of the funds, what it has achieved, and be transparent in what you've done. Have your reports, the financial reports also. It now makes it easier for you to go back. Most importantly, we in health just speak our language, and those in finance also speak their language. We need to understand each other, get them on the table to understand the health, just like you said, health not only as a service, but as an investment. Having them to understand the risk assessment report you have and the knock-on effect it's got on the economy, on the education sector, and all that. And meeting your director of finance, even within the ministry, or at the federal level. If you are meeting him at the meeting to defend the budget for the first time, I think you're on the wrong stage. These are people who should be your friends. You know them, you call them to your meeting, you educate them, you see things from their own perspective. One of the last things I would like to plead is that we've got our language, they've got their language. The more we understand the economic impact, the value for money they want to show, and translating our health products, health security work that we do in the language they understand, the value it brings to value for money, efficiency, cost effectiveness, the more likely they are going to fund us. Thank you for this opportunity.
All right, thanks to all three of you. I'd like to now follow up with some more specific questions for each of you. I'll ask each of you 2 questions, very rapid fire, maybe just a minute or 2 per answer, and please feel free to comment on what others have said, either in their presentations or their responses to questions. But Andrea, I'd like to start with you. You've had a lot of experience, obviously, within Indonesia, working with your own finance ministry, and you've also been quite heavily involved in the G20 joint finance health ministers process and senior officials process. So I'd just invite you to talk about your experience in encouraging health ministries and finance ministries to work together in a constructive way to maximise resources for health.
Thank you so very much for that questions. I want to respond in 2 stages, at domestic level and at global level. Let me start with the domestic level. 3 great financial burden diseases in Indonesia is cardiovascular disease, cancer, and stroke. And back to the discussions that highlighted by the other 2 panelists, investment in health is key. So finance for health and health for finance. In the transformations of health system in Indonesia, we project the investment opportunity, for example, if you say. So throughout Indonesia, the capability of hospital is not the same. Cardiovascular, if a person's had heart attack in Maluku, for example, there is no specialist on cardiovascular in that area. They have to bring the patient to the Makassar, I think 2 hours flight. So, and what happened within these 2 critical hours? If it is survived, then it survived. If it is not, then it passed away. But this is something that we always bring to the attentions of the decision-making of the finance and also the health, as well as to the local government. So we have to move from a curative approach to the preventive approach. Therefore, investment in human capital for health, investment in health facility throughout Indonesia will address the highest burden for Indonesia fiscal, for example. And that argument is shared by the colleague from the Ministry of Finance. And therefore, with the professionalism, as Madam mentions, we have to show that we are trusted so that people will invest more on health, that we use the budget, the limited budget wisely for health. That's the conditions that we have at the national level. But at the global level, for example, in G20, back in 2000, for example, when the presidency is Saudi Arabia, and we had the COVID situations, I think pre-COVID structures at the global level, we were not prepared to respond rapidly to such a big catastrophe or big pandemic. Therefore, the idea at the time is that we need to have a increased capability to respond faster by allocating certain amount of money for risk-taking in the earlier of the pandemic response. And the discussion that go on to the Italian presidency, when then the finance and health joint task force is established, was established, and then it continues to Indonesia presidency. And throughout that discussions, as Madam Pamela highlighted earlier, that we managed to materialize the idea that ignited by the Saudi presidency, and then further discussed under the Italian presidency, and materialized in the Indonesian presidency on the pandemic fund. Something that collaboration between finance and health persons in the G20 is very much engaged and very much in good collaborations. And I think it shows that, and the last Bali meeting, summit of the G20, we agreed, the leaders agreed to continue the joint finance health task force, which is good, so that the discussions continue and then approach in addressing the current pandemic will go thoroughly. Thank you.
Alethea, you talked about some of the external assistance that the Philippines receives for health security and universal health coverage. Of course, the focus of the Sustainable Financing Action Package is to support countries to move toward sustainable domestic financing of their health budgets. But there is, at the present time, a massive need for external financing. How does the Philippines seek to use that external financing to help it move toward sustainability in its domestic resourcing for health?
Thank you for that question, Robin. I cannot overemphasize how private sector and development partner donors and funders were crucial in our response. But I think what made it work for the Philippines was, number one, they were actually able to align to what are the perceived needs of our country, rather than dictating what kind of assistance they should be providing to us. Second, actually, that made it work for us is not just being sensitive as to what our specific needs, they also were able to offer new solutions and innovations that made our systems more efficient, and it complemented the ongoing efforts and improvements in our processes. And I think what was also important as a last point is that we also had to level off expectations from our private sector and donor partners, such that we're going through a process of first them helping us build systems, then coaching us, and then lastly, just being consultants if we ever do need help. Maybe I'll give a very concrete example. I'm with the Epidemiology Bureau, and our information systems are very much paper-based. But because of these private sector and donor partners, we were able to digitally transform our COVID-19 surveillance and information systems. And it started with these partners helping us develop and establish our COVID-19 data collection and management systems, always in consultation with the Department of Health Epidemiology Bureau. The second phase was after they have turned over these systems, they have helped us capacitate our own staff so that we eventually have initial capacity to enhance and to actually build on these initial systems. I think the third will really be a challenge of institutionalizing these systems so that we have our own in-house experts. We're also more aware of how we can access still these experts from private sectors and donors, not just through funding that cannot still be taken care of by government, but also accessing their expertise so that they continue to coach and mentor us so that we continually develop our own capacities.
And Priscilla, we heard from Juan Pablo about the shrinking fiscal space that many countries now have. And even with external assistance, how do you maximize the resources available for health security, universal health coverage, pandemic preparedness within a given very constrained fiscal space? And how do you protect those financial allocations?
Thank you for that question. I think the first thing I will say is transparency, and that's being open and understanding the physical space that is available, and also making sure that the right persons from different ministries are at the same table, knowing that we're working for health, for the health security, to ensure the health security. Like I've always said, also for the One Health, to make sure we have a whole society approach, and that is for One Health. The second thing that we need to do, certainly, would be to ensure that we are leveraging and demonstrating value for money for everything that we've done. A lot of money has been spent strengthening the system. Some of the, I'll say to you that there were so many things that we could not have achieved in 15 years if we were going at the normal rates of the way fundings come. But the pandemic gave us that leverage. There was increased funding to do more. So what we need to do is not repeating what has been done, but actually leveraging on what's been done and reprioritizing. Now is the time to reprioritize and ensure that we're actually spending our money in the different thematic areas. Like I always say, go back to the, to the basics, remapping, what's your data saying. We are going to hopefully do another JEE. Not only are we doing JEEs at the national level, at the sub-national level, so that you are more responsive. One of the core areas now that is very weak in Nigeria is chemical incidents. So it's really about, yeah, I know we're talking about the pandemic, but the more we do for, yes, it really has to be encompassing and being open so that the development partners know what's on the table and that you are sharing it appropriately. Thank you.
Pak Bonanza, I asked Alethea about external assistance and its relationship to domestic resources for health. Can I ask you about a particular source of external assistance, which is the new pandemic fund? How do you think the pandemic fund can best support developing countries or co-investors, as they are known in the pandemic fund, to move toward sustainable financing?
So, thank you very much for that question. The design of pandemic fund is for a catalytic funding. So, at the end of the day, it is the national government that has to be in the driving seat that with their budget allocations on health. Now, the report shows for better global preparedness response of pandemic. The world requires 10 billion US dollar per year, or 25 billion US dollar based on the Georgetown University estimations. Yes, we have the pandemic fund, and thanks to the contributions of Australia, and Ms. Palm mentions also the US, the biggest one of the investor in pandemic fund. We have now almost 1.5 billion of the pandemic fund. It is far from 10 billion, but it's a good start. It's a good start in which show to the globe, to the community, including to the civil society and philanthropists. And the pandemic fund also is supported by the philanthropists, which is good. Shows that collaborations at the global level in addressing the funding side in the preparedness and response to the pandemic is there. And now we are seeking for, I mean, after we have the structures of the governing board and other structures within the World Bank and the WHO technical advisory group in the management of the pandemic fund, we are seeking for a public call for proposals in the upcoming months. And we do hope during that period, countries can provide their proposals to the fund, for the fund to support as a catalytic funding. So they have to have also the leadership in showing that their investment in preparedness and response of the pandemic is there, and then they require additional funding for that. Bringing the intentions of that, Indonesia is also looking at the opportunity to have that utilization of the funding by doing the better surveillance at the primary healthcare level. So we, as I mentioned earlier, among the pillars that we are doing the transformations, the pillar 1, which is the primary healthcare, is the priority that Indonesia is investing, and we also enlarging the capacity of primary healthcare with the laboratory surveillance at that level, and we are seeking for additional funding for that activities. And I think this is the idea at the global level that the fund is there during the peacetime, funding the preparedness capacity, but during the wartime, we have the spending time for early investment for manufacturing vaccine, therapeutic or diagnostic. Thank you.
Thank you. And I should acknowledge the central role that the Indonesian government has played in driving the establishment of the pandemic fund under its G20 presidency. Now, my final two questions are the same. and I'd like to ask each of you in turn, Alethea and then Priscilla, about the role of the private sector and how the private sector should be contributing to resources for health, and how you can encourage them or indeed require them to contribute. So Alethea, Philippines first.
I think the private sector has been historically a good partner, but even more so during this COVID-19 pandemic. What they contributed to us was not just the funding, it was the technology transfer, it was the expertise. I think as government, we're very used to bureaucratic processes, traditional, and these are slow processes, and they taught us how to make these systems more efficient. Number two, I think it also made us realize that, you know, spending more money is actually better because it made it really fast-tracked our processes. Government doesn't want to spend money, but private sector is telling us, you know, it's an issue of efficiency versus like cost cutting. I think the third that it taught us was how we network with private sectors who can actually better deliver the services rather than government doing or implementing these services. For example, the development of information systems. It would take us months and even years to develop these surveillance systems, but outsourcing these to these private sector, actually, it enabled us to develop these systems in a month. And that was really very important at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. So it led us and it opened up opportunities for us, and those are things that we now need to consider, how we shift from very in-house development and how our financing and procurement processes should actually take into consideration how we outsource these new services to our private sector partners.
Okay, so thank you. I'll say that sometimes we in health don't even really fully understand the private sector. I would say in Nigeria, the private sector, when I was speaking directly to CEOs and all that, it was very clear that they knew the impact of the pandemic or the potential impact of the pandemic on their business. And so they came all out, you know. So it's important to just listen, more so when you don't fully know, because these people have been at this game before. Why do I say that? They were part of the Ebola response in Nigeria. I wasn't part of the Ebola. I hadn't come to NCDC. So they knew. So it's, the point I'm making is the private sector is there. And like you said, we also leveraged on the private sector, the fintech, the connections. I mean, that's your communication center to all parts of, you know, to the whole country. So the private sector is there. And then one important thing, like I said, we had the A4EPR, which is the Alliance for Emergency Preparedness. We had started that conversation, so it was easy to go back, even though they had formed. So it's not new to them. And then to also say that the private sector will leverage on the technology. They helped with the portal, the Nigerian, you know, travel portal. I would say that the private sector is there. And one key thing is your shopping list. We had the COVID-19 incident action plan, well costed, very clear about the things that we needed. And so discussing with them was so much easier. And they leveraged on their comparative advantage. The oil sector could do certain things, the gas sector, the electrical sector. They were all coming in based on their advantage, on their comparative advantages. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to make a few closing observations. I was one of those in the room who was in Kampala in late 2017 for the GHSA Ministerial, and I think my favourite GHSA moment was watching an African health minister who was delivering the keynote, who spoke directly to her own finance minister who was in the audience, and explained that the allocations for her ministry were woefully inadequate. Now, I don't think that strategy is available to all health ministers or always likely to be effective. And really, the purpose of the Sustainable Financing Action Package as we move forward is very much to encourage the sharing of effective experiences between countries in increasing domestic resources for health. And I think this kind of discussion is exactly what should be happening all the time under the auspices of the Sustainable Financing Action Package. And certainly from Australia's perspective, we hope to see more of this information exchange as we move forward in the work of this group. Two quick observations. I've been struck that there's a lot of emphasis on resource mobilisation in the way we frame these discussions, but I think from what each of you has said, it's really obvious that there's either a virtuous or a vicious circle involving mobilisation and utilisation. And it's essential that governments are able to assess gaps and costs, set priorities, track results, and then feed that back in so that they can actually achieve sustainable budgets for health. Mobilising the money is perhaps less than half of the story. And the final point I'd make, going back to the pandemic fund, is that it's an important new mechanism. Its board is established, but is still taking shape and is still working out how its members, the investors and the co-investors, work with each other. And I think there's potential for these sorts of discussions to become more focused on effectively accessing and utilising resources from this new mechanism. And I hope to see that happen over the next 2 or 3 years. So with that, I just invite everyone to thank our panellists.
Thank you very much for that in-depth discussion. Thank you to our panelists on the stage and, of course, to our moderator for leading the session. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with us until the very last moment of our day one. And this brings us to the end of GHSA 2022 Expert Forum 3. The 2022 GHSA Ministerial meeting will be held here at Grand Hyatt Hotel, Namsan, until November 30th, which will be 2 more days from now on. So ladies and gentlemen, please be with us until the very last session of our event. And once again, thank you very much for your participation. Goodbye, and we hope to meet all of you tomorrow as well. Thank you.